Alright, we might be operational now. What up, everybody? Welcome back. What up, Tin Can? Yes, ribs consumed. I am a very, very happy boy. What's the Spotify playlist? It's my live stream friendly playlist. I'll share it over in the Discord. Boom. All right. Girlfriend says hi. Well, hi, McFunback's girlfriend. Cult leader. Yeah, we're all about that parasocial relationship here. Absolutely, absolutely. Okay. Ooh, all right. Now that we've eaten, we're feeling pretty zen. Yeah, oh yeah, no, thank you for lunch, man. Are you kidding me? Ooh. All right. Now. You hit page 30 in your own homebrew dog. Jeez. Stocking time. Okay. Okay, so there was something I was thinking about earlier. And that thing is, we have a narrative hang up going on with, like, okay, so I can see that there's like alchemical items that you can create. But how do we make the narrative distinction that there are alchemical items and then there are, like, potions, right? Because, like, a potion is an alchemical item. How do you make the argument that it's not? What's going on with this? Oh, did this merge? Oh, dang it. Can we do that? Is that gonna... No, it still does that. Okay, we're just gonna do this. Herbalism. Wait. Oh my god, is that actually the thing that fixes it? That's gonna be really stupid if that's the thing that fixes this. Here we go. Yeah. A healing blend of essential oils is not technically a potion. Oh wait, none. There we go. Yeah, there's technically area that we can say that we can divide it. Oh, oh. Man. Yeah, there we go. Let's see, it's 2.36. Hiccup. Okay, we might just need to make more room. Hey, there isn't a truly... Yeah, we need to solidify that, though. Like, if we're gonna say... Like... It's also going to be incredibly lame if all you gimmick is like, eh, you get your acid, sure. Is that how they classify it? Boop. Why is Alchemist Fire so expensive? It makes no sense in my mind. Yeah, universal solvent, yeah. I've always thought that Alchemist Fire was so incredibly overpriced. There we go. Oh, phosphorus, yeah. Okay. How expensive is dynamite? Oh? Dynamite is... there's no cost? What? Okay, So what we can say is, yeah, many items inside to be of no cost quoted. It's so, like, okay, this is one of those, like, should stuff be more codified? You know, I mean, we were talking about this the other day, Jordan, like, over on Josh's channel. Like, it's not just that, like, there's some stuff that they want to leave open-ended for whatever reason. Like, at the end of the day, we need, like, better guidelines to go off of for some stuff. What I'm trying to think of right now is how do I want to organize this? How do we want to do our classification, right? Apparently soap is weightless. Wait. Yeah, like, I understand why they do it, but it doesn't mean that, like, I think it's a great idea. Like, and I think I'm going to call holy water an alchemical item. There's no weight associated with it. Okay. Dynamite is a bigger boom than a bomb. Yeah, it's like, it's supposed to be more concussive. Whereas I guess a bomb is just like, yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, unholy water. Liquids. I'm trying to think, like, okay. So here's the negotiation that they make. In Pathfinder, you have to, like, replenish this by expending gold or something. I want to find something that looks a little bit prettier. Hold up. I can pull this up over off screen, but I did buy I got all the Pathfinder books not super long ago. Like, bought the PDFs. Where? Let me see. Okay. There we go. Oh, wait, what? Oh. Storytelling Collective reached out to... Oh, cool. They're interested in seeing what I would think about designing for Pathfinder. Where is this? No, I paid... Where was this? I thought that was right. Apparently it's not. Man, where did ukulele actually... Yeah, you actually sent me a link to this. Where was this? I bought these books. I don't know where to find them. No. Maybe Paizo? No. There we go, Humble Bundle. Oh, the hag objects. Oop. There we go. Okay. Oh, I gotta wait 60 seconds? What? Come on. Ugh. Okay. So... reason I'm gonna separate these... I've got to kind of organize these all, right? I have to make a distinction as to what you can create as an alchemical item. Wait. Maybe that's the way to start. My favorite part of making favorite part of homebrew products is making use of things that people don't use, like the loot. Oh, yeah. I'm trying to figure out, like, let me just kind of jot down what my problem is. Why is the format 2 columns? You can actually fit a bit more text in the. You don't take up as much space actually whenever you're doing 2 columns. You can fit more information into less area this way. At least it's not as bad as it was for like in previous editions where they were trying like 3 columns and it was just a pain in the ass to read. So here's my issue, right? Okay. Wait a minute. Okay. Yeah, the presentation, I don't know what it is, but yeah, having it in 2 columns, it just feels like it's so much easier to read for some reason. And I feel like I read it quicker. I don't know. Okay, you should be able to make potions with this class. It is already a thing that the game kind of covers. So you can do this already. The worry is... Okay. There we go. Potions per proficiency modifier, I'm just not a fan of that. No. I did just get an idea, though. There's a feature for them. So you can quite literally just turn that. I mean, if the concocting action is going to require that, this is reliability here. It's an interesting idea. Maybe. I've been wondering, is there a way of allowing spell scrolls for non-casters, but not sure how to address the spell list limitations for casters using certain spell list scrolls? Any ideas? A way of allowing spell scrolls for non-casters, but not sure how to address spell list limitations for casters using certain spell scrolls. You can write a feat or a subclass feature maybe that allows them to do that. Maybe. You write a feat that makes it to where like they ignore any class or spell list restrictions when casting a spell from a spell scroll. It would need to come with something else though. That's not really worth giving up an ASI for. Maybe a half feat with that as one of the kickers. Maybe something like you get a cantrip from XYZ class. Can't thieves do that? Basically, I think. But it's like, it's so odd on thieves. I love that, like, use magic device, but it's pretty clearly meant to be, like, you can use that with magic items, not necessarily, like, spell scrolls, right? The narrative is just kind of, like, odd. Ascending to any one spell scroll. Yeah, I mean, there's an idea in there. It shouldn't be too hard to, like, kind of... Too hard to make that work out and make it feel like it's reasonably worth doing it rather than picking up, like, a different feat. Yeah. How about a feat that allows you one for use of a spell scroll without consuming it? That's introducing tracking onto an item. That, I mean, maybe if spell scrolls are, like, super common in your world, then, like, it might be worth it, but... God, I feel like spell scrolls are so rare unless somebody in the party is making them, right? Non-casters use a scroll. That's definitely like a magic item that you could probably create. Okay. Let me say this. What are the... Being able to make potions of healing. We want the concoct action to be a reliable, fantasy-fulfilling action that you would desirably do every turn. Okay. Now, let me get this down on paper because if I don't, I feel like I'm gonna keep kind of chasing my tail on this. What was this called over in the old Artificer? Wait, what? What? Wait, what? Paizo, where the... Why is it not? Why can't I download the thing? Whatever. Um, so the old Artificer had a healing drought, whatever you call it. Now, okay, so there's a few reasons why this won't work for us, but take this one step at a time. Okay. Now, the $1 hour, huh? See, this narrative is so weird. Oh, Walrock's, yeah, homebrews, which, I haven't really looked at Walrock's homebrews, on the Witch. I was kind of allowing it to see if anybody would kind of bite, and so I could see it in play, but I haven't actually seen it quite yet. And I don't really want to, pull from anybody else's stuff quite yet. Okay. Alright. So here's the way that this has got to work. We can get rid of all this because they did not. WotC wasn't really and still has not embraced designing around hit dice. It's so weird. They have such a good resource that they could be using for natural healing, and they are just choosing to ignore it. No. Well, you can't spend a spent hit dice. And regain a number of hit points equal to the roll. Okay. What? Wait, what's this about urine? What? Well, chat got weird while I was not exactly watching you all. Okay. Boy, that's very simple. Yeah, like almost immediately. When doesn't it get weird? Crawford said they want to do more with hit dice. God, like 7 years later, huh? Only after the homebrew scene started to prove that, like, dude, you guys are missing something here. Like, yeah, do it. Like, please, embrace it. No, it's not give life. Give life, you have to spend your own hit dice and give it to them. But, I mean, Benjamin proved with that cantrip that, like, yeah, you can make infinite healing a thing. Or, well, healing outside of spells and potions a thing. Ew. Urology? Don't tell me that's like pea magic. Is that pea magic? Are you about to have me look up pea magic? Urology. Yeah, you're having me look up pea magic. I'm so glad I looked that up over here. Why does like every urologist in Tulsa have like a 2-star rating or a 1-star rating? That's... boy. Well, Euromancy, yes. Pea science. Don't ever change. Hmm. Hmm. Wizard Alchemy. God damn it. Oh. Waterbender's best friend. Oh my god. Yeah, the max healing needs to be a thing. I mean, yeah, the potential, right? Hmm. Yeah, in combat it's pretty bad. What though? Like what? Okay, hold up. Oh, I mean, considering that you can make this potentially infinitely, it's yeah. I mean, you're basically just constantly doing that, you know. It can't add Constitution modifier, or else there's legitimately no reason to short rest. I mean, other than spell slot regeneration, yada yada yada. Okay, all right. But for most characters, right? Can it add your intelligence modifier? Yeah. Oh boy. How many hit die can you heal at a time? This is specifically one. That's still really good. Invent Mountain Dew in the Forgotten Realms. Well, so this is an alchemical item meant for you to just have, like, be able to do infinitely, potentially. Hang on. Such a fucking weird wording. Yeah, it might need to be Alchemist level. The Maximu. Okay, I had negative intelligence modifier. I think that this is gonna build a. I think that the Alchemist that I'm gonna create is gonna be pretty different than the one in Pathfinder. There's definitely going to be some parallels, but what I've been able to come up with, like, at least I've been kind of trying to diagnose some issues with the one that they have over there. I don't think that the Alchemist that they create over there does a very good job at massaging the this core issue I'm having right here. There's a difference between the potions that you can create outside of combat for some reason that you just can't create inside of combat, right? So and Okay. Just so it's clear, I have bought this PDF. Alright, I do own it. Like, I own the rights to download this PDF, but I'm having trouble getting it from Paizo right now. So I'm not endorsing piracy. And I'm not pirating this thing either. Can I block that element on this page? What? That didn't even do anything. Block it. There we go. Can I block this up here? Yeah. Okay. Raise the Jolly Rancher. Alright. I own this book. I bought the PDF of it and everything like that, but I'm not able to get it off of their website right now for some reason. So, I don't want to do PB times or anything like that. Why do you strongly oppose the idea of daily budget potions being different from downtime? Why do I strongly oppose the idea of daily budget potions being different from downtime crafting / regular potions? I'm not sure what... I feel like I understand your question, but I don't know entirely. Not saying I should make them, wait. Oh, why do I... Okay. The potions you'd use in combat and get back on a long rest. So, would you consider a daily budget potion something like, part of the reason is, okay. So if you check this out, what this feature right here essentially means is that you could create a potion of healing, and technically you can already do this. Well, you can, how do I put this? Okay. Technically in the game, as long as you put forth the effort in creating a potion, the downtime and the gold or whatever, the materials, you can make a potion of healing in a day. Xanthar's guide made the proposition that if it's a consumable, it's actually like 25 gold pieces to create. So if you spend 4 hours engaged in crafting an alchemical item, you make the same progress as if you had spent in a day. The thought here being that you can do this during a long rest, which might need to be stipulated. But what it would basically mean is that you'd be able to make... this is an unusual amount of power. Reason being, I can... One sec. I think we're good. Oh. Okay. Yeah, the neighbors, they have some kind of like moving pot or something in their yard. Yeah, Bork. Okay. Reason being, it's better than a spell slot, okay? Let's say that I'm thinking that spell slot is only supposed to be used for cure wounds. That's a really good use of that spell slot, you know? Now, a spell slot, you don't hang on to after you finish a long rest. Better than the smell slot. Yeah, it's a speech impediment. Yeah. um, so it's better than that because the slot that you have is no, don't worry. No, you didn't do anything. Don't worry. Um, the the thing with this, it's better than a spell slot, even though it's restricted to only that one specific spell, because you can make this and just not use it and keep stocking them up, right? And I was like, yeah, that might be a problem, except you can already do this. Long rest temporary potions is more consistent and doesn't, wait. I see, I guess where I'm coming from is a long rest temporary potions is more consistent and doesn't rely on the DM being generous or good. So what it sounds like you're proposing is, why don't I use a resource that you can just recharge for long or short or long rest? You can already create, like, the worry that I have right now. I don't like the narrative of that, Darren. The narrative isn't pleasing. If it's a thing that you can create, it feels weird to me that, like, I can only create 5 of these a day. Like, you know, like, especially if it's like I can quickly make a thing, but I can only do that 5 times or something, you know. Yeah, yeah. This is a thing. Yeah, same issue as artificers and magic items, because I assume you were gonna say you can already create potions. Yeah, you can. You can just keep doing. Hold up. All right. Do I gotta call in a big gun here? Allies can only drink a fixed amount. Oh, I think that narrative is also kind of odd. Hang on. Oh shit, congrats, Ross. They just hit platinum on Ultimate Adventurer's Handbook. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Dude, good on you guys. Holy shit. That is insane. You know, that is like, that is really saying something there. This is a $39.95 PDF. You can get a hardcover version of it for $91.19. And they've sold 1,000 copies of it. That's so nuts. Fucking congrats, guys. Wow. Man, I'm so happy for them. I mean, I just know that they worked their asses off on that thing for over a year. You're doing your part. You love to use it, but your DMs don't tend to like third party. I mean, that's some of the best third party in the world right there. Yeah, Ross and I are playing Eye Patch and Monocle tomorrow. Don't know much about game balance outside of my videos and Treant Monk's videos, but you can at least tell it's fun though. And Treant Monk and I have like a different perspective on like game balance. But these neighbors, like I'm tending to look out for like what's exploitable or oh, hang on a sec. Sorry about that. Amazon guy showed up. Yeah. I punch Monocle tomorrow. Ross and I just settled on that last night. So, Tree Monk and I look at our kind of term on balance. I think is different, or like what becomes overpowered or whatever. It's really clear to me that Tree Monk definitely, definitely is considering the health of the game. His video on banning shield was like the proof of that to me, right? He understands whenever something becomes so dominant that like everybody has to take it, probably needs to get removed. Because that's like a real bad state of play, you know. At that point, the intention of spells isn't just like I'm taking this for the mechanics it provides. It should also be I'm taking this for character expression. And if it feels like something is so good that it should just come default on your character, then it's probably not meant to. You know, it's probably providing way too much power. You kind of wish it was a variant of shield that wasn't so dominant. I've kind of heard that like using spellcasting modifier has been more reasonable, and I'd be willing to allow that. You know, Twilight Cleric ruined optimization. Yeah. Twilight Cleric is the thing that I look to, because like I've tried to. It seems like if I get people that are like, trying to make an argument against something I say in a video, either it's too good or whatever. The one thing that drives me crazy is whenever people are like, this thing is too, whenever I say like, this thing is probably too good, and people are like, well, you just need to be a better DM. I'm like, oh, get that the fuck out of here. No, there's definitely, I'm not even worried about overcoming it as a DM. I'm worried about it because it's overshadowing other players. And I mean, honestly, anybody that says that, I'm like, okay, that means that you are mostly a player and you are not really considering the DM's issue there. Like, yeah. Yeah, it's an argument from like DM fiat, right? Like, well, if this thing can't be overpowered because the DM has all the control at the table, you're right, and the DM has all the power to ban that thing. Like, so like, there's a point where something will break, and I mean that like, so what I usually look out for is not so much. There's things that provide what I feel like is probably a little bit too much power. They might be a little bit overtuned, and that's something that I'm like, okay. You see me mark like pink, that's usually something I'm questioning. like questioning as to whether or not it's probably doing a little bit more than it's intended to, right? However, if you see me mark something as gray, that's like, no, I can tell without even putting this on the table that that thing is broken. Like, you know, and I get pushback from people that are like, well, you haven't even seen it, like, yeah, and I'm like, guys, I know how the game works. Like, I can, boy, it does not take seeing it on the table for me to tell whenever something's broken. Like, you know, oh man, it drives me crazy. Yeah, and the DM shouldn't have to work harder to accommodate content. Absolutely not. The DM has the hardest job at the table already, and if WotC is going to say, like, okay, well, here's the stuff to run the game, there you go, then the things that they're putting out should make it to where the DM doesn't have to account for all this other shit. If you suggest that the DM should, I'm sorry, that's a very bad opinion. Like, that's a very, very bad opinion. No, the DM should not have a hard time trying to run this game. If you're like, if what you're basically saying is like, it's no different than the guys that are saying like, you gotta get good with Dark Souls or whatever, right? Like, man, like there's understanding how to do the thing, but then there's like the creator of the game doing things to actively make it harder to run the game, right? Like, Dark Souls is hard but fair. Like, there are very few times that Dark Souls will do something that is like legitimately the game is cheating right now, right? A certain story element, sure, like Seath, you're supposed to lose that first fight with Seath, right? That is a story moment. It's not really a spoiler or anything. That game's been out for over a decade now. But like, that Dark Souls is really well tuned to where, like, it's not very often you're going to feel that the game cheated on you, you know? However, in something like D&D, I don't think the excuse of, like, we can release some broken shit and therein, like, the DM can just figure it out later, that's not an excuse to just, that's not an excuse for lackluster design, like, at all. So I expect more from WotC. There should be like a level of polish that comes with all their stuff that, like, if they're going to be the creators of the world's greatest tabletop game, then there needs to be stuff that's not so apparently broken whenever it's put out that I can't see it in like 2 minutes of having the PDF open, you know? Oh, God. The Dark Souls RPG where Slowfall gets worse? What? Wait, what? What? What was I? Oh God, get it out, go. Man, all right. Oh, but part of where that came from, I was, wait, you roll a dex save based on your own spell save DC to not take damage? What? That's so dumb. Why would you do that? Yeah, I heard that the Dark Souls RPG was essentially like unfinished. Oh God, that muted that, right? Right? Oh God, I hope. Oh, I hit the mute button. I really hope that didn't get... Wow. All right. So, sorry, my allergies right now. So I've heard basically the Dark Souls RPGs was not finished. Like, wasn't finished. There are so many good designers out there that know the 5e system that I think that, like, it doesn't really matter what your competency is in designing other board games. I've seen stuff put out that had guys that I know are industry pros on board games or war games looking at 5th edition stuff, and they don't understand how to design for the system. Just because you know how to design a board game does not mean that you know how to design for a TTRPG, specifically 5e. Like, you know, yeah, honestly, the best thing Twilight Domain did was it showed people that WotC can have unbalanced crap, which opened people's eyes to homebrew products. I mean, don't get me wrong. Twilight Domain is definitely an issue. I think that, you know, Twilight Domain was definitely one of the first to come along, that it was like, we can objectively prove there is a point where you get way, like, yes, there is a point where the power level of a class, we have to say, yes, this is outperforming other things. If you have a Twilight Noble, or a cleric who's a noble, isn't a Twilight Princess? Yes. Wait. The most funny thing is that Dark Souls RPG is the fact that when you go to 0 hit points, you die, but they have printed healer's kit mentioning death saving throws, which is the only time mentioned in the book. Oh, no. What publisher put that out? Proxy people making whole classes. There's a lot of moving parts, you know? I mean, you guys are seeing some of the process here. So, like, lots of moving parts, but once you make one and you've done it, like, man, it's kind of hard to say. There's not just like a guide that's like, this is the definitive way to make a class, right? Folklore X, change thing. I just cried. I cried just trying to make one subrace. You know, a lot of it's like, you have the narrative in mind. You have like the fantasy in mind that you're trying to fulfill. Keep the fantasy in mind, and then it's just figuring out how to translate that into the system, right? Trying to get that out into words on the page. Just like write the general idea out and then figure out how you can refine that into computable, I guess you could say, information for the system, right? I mean, like, one of my big weaknesses right now that I'm trying to work on really is just narrative refinement. Narrative refinement in terms of, like, I can tell in my mind what the thing wants to do, yada, 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 right? But whenever it's, like, time to do, like, it's time for me to go up here and write all this stuff out, I'm like, oh boy, this is gonna take me, I would rather write mechanical text than, you know, like, this is just a whole complicated mess for me. It's something that Ross has been working on. Ross does actually very, very well now. Like, his newest Patreon stuff was some of the deepest lore. Like, oh yeah. Changelings and Everyone almost feel like Alien. Okay. Whew. All right. So. Now. Skill feats. Other than, how are they negotiating this in Pathfinder? Okay. Posting before I have to go here is food for thought. Because I couldn't toss him under a bus. No, a train. Well, I don't know. I don't know what. Problem I find with new 5e class designers is that they treat their class writing as prose when it needs to be treated like code with English as a language. Ah, very good point. Yes. I think of mine as almost like doing web design, where so in web design you've got your HTML and then you've got your CSS, right? If I do something like that's why I'm thinking right up here, like this is a special action that you have, right? This comes with weight that I'm trying to code so that later on, if I do something like boom. So if I do something like that, this is making a reference to something that happens earlier on in the class. And I mean, so whenever I've written the term alchemy or concoct, right, these now have mechanical weight. It's kind of what I refer to whenever I'm reviewing a class, right? Giving something mechanical weight, it's part of the reason why, like, I've given powerful build so much crap. Powerful build needs a rewrite. It needs a rewrite. It covers such niche territory for like certain tables that are accounting for encumbrance rules. At like 99% of tables, powerful build doesn't mean anything. It is a waste of space on your character sheet, you know. When this, that, if slash then. Yeah. So, like, if I'm going to do a thing like, if I say like, whenever you use the attack action, you can do X, Y, or Z thing, right? What I'm trying to do in design is to try and figure out how the narrative can kind of, this is what we mean by like, I said, yeah, it's like doing, there's like repairing a bike versus repairing a motorcycle, and Ross was like, no, class design is like building a motorcycle. I'm like, oh, okay. You've got to get the internal components really moving together. And once you get the internal components moving together, then it's time to expand on like, okay, what's the pros? How can I get really purple with it, you know? Yeah, using precedents as technology you can build off of, also important is using the same same linguistic conventions. Yeah, this is that was one of my big issues with Illrigger, was there were some features that they had written in the class that were not coded properly for D&D 5e, and it was they were leaving a lot of room for interpretation in that class that like should not have been there. It was like, no, these are important things to flesh out, guys. Like, yeah. And it doesn't really matter how I want to interpret it. I need to write a thing to where it is as clear and unmisinterpretable as possible. You know, it's very important. Yeah, it's like some people are going to say, well, it doesn't really cause issues at my table because we know that it should mean this. And I'm like, that doesn't mean that they should just write it however the hell they want to. You know, like there are certain ways to write a thing to make it plug into the system really well. You know, you can, if you, it's just, it comes off as really lazy whenever you're designing a thing for this game and you're not taking the game into consideration. Yeah, the purpose of the rules is to answer questions, not raise more questions. Yep. With this, it's like, how do I do the thing? I want to make it very, very clear, you know. You copy pasted your message for me. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, okay, we'll see you later, Huntsman. Copy pasted it. Did you put it over in Discord or something? Oh. make so much of an active potion base for rest. Oh yeah. In combat, you can grab one of your components, and so I thought about the alchemical bases that you can prepare. As a thing where I would say, like, in order for you to, okay, Benjamin can't. Oh, okay, Ross might be able to. Ross might pop on here in a little bit. So I want to say that's why you pay an editor, but MCDM does hire editors. They just, well, so they hired Joshua Yearsley, who I know of their work because they work for Leader Games. Leader makes Root and Oath, and they've got one called like Void Lich coming out. That's pretty sick, sick looking. So, but Joshua Yearsley works in war game design, and it was pretty clear he may be an industry pro, but he's not familiar with the D&D 5e, like, editing senses, you know? You love Matt, but I don't do the MCDM. So yesterday, I saw that he was streaming over on Twitch. And I was like, oh, okay. I went in and took a look. And he was, like, getting a little hostile with chat. And I was like, oh, okay, what is happening here? I'm getting the sensation that he's kind of not really enjoying being, like, kind of, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to speak for him or anything, but it just seems like he's not, he has just not really seemed super happy on stream. Or like, I don't know, if some of you guys have seen some of his videos where it seems like he's almost being combative, like, yeah, there was a lot of cool stuff that, like, Matt Colbill's put out in the past, like, DM advice videos. He's got some real bangers in his backlog. But it seems like as soon as, like, MCDM launched, there's kind of, like, a new character coming out of Matt. I don't know. I'd love to see, like, him go back to, like, his... Well, I'm not saying go back and then, like, throw out MCDM or anything like that. Just, like... I don't know, it'd be nice to see, like, some of that, like, cool, I'm talking to this guy at a game shop who's telling me all these interesting things about running the game, you know? This is a DM is easy to read. I would love to play at his table. This old man Rassi. Yeah, and that's also very fair. Yeah. Oh, no, totally. Like, yeah, and I mean, I've had my moments where it's like there's someone being combative in chat, and I've definitely had my, like, snap, you know, but, like, and I mean, it's fair. I don't fault any creator for really doing that. There's definitely ways that you can manage that better, you know, but hey, we're human, right? I'm just saying that, like, it seems like he, I don't know, he hasn't really seemed like wow, Matt Colville, Jesus, how did I forget his name? Just hasn't really seemed like himself, but, you know, I don't know. Okay. Did I see the discussion about MCDM a few months back on your Discord? I'm not sure which one you may be referring to. Oh, I definitely get some weird comments on YouTube. But I mean, that's not a unique to me thing. That is just a D&D YouTuber thing. I've seen plenty of comments from, like, Josiah or like Flute's Loot. Like, God, I saw some of the comments over on his videos, and I'm like, we cater to a bizarre audience. Oh man, yeah. Like, I got one today that just. Boy, it was on that, like, it was on one of my older videos talking about, like, why race and alignment or why, like, whatever is getting separated. And this guy was all just like, oh no, fuck this woke stuff. Are you kidding me? Goblins are gonna be evil. Orcs are gonna be evil. Dwarves are gonna hate elves because racism is a topic. And I'm like, boy, could you have ever fucking missed the point of this so much? Like, you completely glossed over. Yeah. Few of us got the impression that Matt might be unhappy / angry lately, but we admitted it was just a feeling and nothing concrete. Yeah, and I mean, I remember, you know, us having, like, kind of that talk, but seeing him on the live stream last night, I was like, ooh, I'm not sure you want to be really engaged. You should be live streaming right now. You seem like you're kind of not in a great mood. Anyways, people are completely within their rights to have bad days, you know? Did NCDM launch just about coincide with the lockdown? Possibly. Either, well, I mean, it's still kind of getting flushed out, I think. Someone said that Matt was diagnosed. Whoa. Huh. Yeah, the anti-SGW guy got super defensive when I said two-dimensional races are lazy world building. Yeah, like, you got a bunch of grognards that are just, like, so stuck in this idea of, like, oh, fantasy races are what we've known for so long. We're not being... And it's like, okay, are you engaging with this conversation because you're actually interested in having the discussion, or are you just here to be a bitch? Like, that's the way I'm at, right? That's where I'm at with it right now. Like, things are changing. Either, like, you want to, you know, you're actually engaging in the conversation because you feel like it's a worthwhile topic to maybe discuss, or are you just being an asshole, you know? Like, it almost feels like the same kind of argument I hear around, like, student loan debt forgiveness. Well, I paid it back, why shouldn't they have to? Well, like, the system seems to be working out okay for me. And I'm like, oh my god. And more often than not, y'all notice that it's a bunch of, like, fucking anime avatars that are having these. Oh, man. It's never somebody who, like, actually has the balls to, like, use their face, right? Or, like, use their real name. It's always, like, oh, God. Like, just, like, Weeaboo Swordsman 238, whatever, 69XX. What do you mean, like, orcs aren't evil? I'm like, oh, my God. Being a bitch ain't easy when someone's gotta do it. Race bonuses have always been a piece of granularity I enjoy just because of the aesthetics of RPGs, not for any weird... Oh, yeah. And I was originally attached to the idea quite a bit that, like, racial ability scores increases. I was like, cool. This feels like it's good at synergizing to certain builds. Really awesome. Not really considering that, like, at the time, I guess I just didn't really care about the idea of, like, oh, well, my... I can't ever play an orc wizard because, like, that -2 to intelligence is insane, right? Can't do a kobold barbarian because they get a -2 to their strength or something. And it kind of got to a point where, like, I wasn't thinking about the narrative of it. It was more so that at the time, it was like, ah, this is pleasing. Ah, it's something I can't... it doesn't really feel that great. Ah, whatever. And then... once I started getting more into the TTRPG design and, like, more, you know, care for narrative is whenever I started to see the ethical issues that it was starting to bring up. And, you know, unfortunately, I think I was a little bit too vocal about it, like, way early on in my, like, content creator career, where I was like, oh, God, guys, you know, you're saying that orcs are racist? Come on, are you really trying to say that, like, you know, orcs are supposed to be black people or something? And then, you know, over time, as I just sort of grew as a creator, and had other people kind of talk to this stuff with me rather than just like quote tweet me over on Twitter and call me a racist and shit. Yeah. That's whenever it was like, oh, okay, it was a misunderstanding. Now I get the situation, right? So, the problem is like neither side is really handling the discussion really well. There's quite a few people that are like, probably have a really good point to discuss on the whole alignment thing, but the moment that anybody disagrees with them, they start trying to like ruin their lives because they're completely irrational human beings that don't understand how to have a discussion, right? It's, yeah. Generous of me to call it a discussion. No, I'll go so far as to say that like some of the shit that happened to me was straight up character assassination. Yeah. I won't get super into all that, but those of you that know, you know. So, shit, there's still people that have me blacklisted. Like, that I have this impression that I'm some horrific person. And it's like, are you kidding me? My girlfriend's pansexual. I'm like, oh my god. Oh man, I have had people on my channel that are non-binary, transgender, from all walks of life, what the hell ever. Yeah, and the issue is that there are, oh shit, I mean, like Darren, you saw some of this going on way long, like way, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago. Like some of these communities that were going on, just like, holy shit. There are some people that it was just like, pansexual hide the cookware. Hey, what's up, Blaze? Yeah, at a certain point, you got to realize the discussion is just going to make your day worse and walk away. I wish that I had back then. I wish that I had that sensibility because it was pretty clear from like what I'll probably call like the big ever like controversy, quote unquote, that happened with me, or like cancellation. It was pretty clear the person that was trying to do this was just wielding the misinformation campaign against me. To try and further their career. 100%. Oh, 100%. And it would have been way better if it just at the time I had realized, like, you know what? This is not going to be a productive thing to press them on this situation. So it would be better for me to just not say anything about it and just, like, move on and do some other shit, you know? So, yeah. Things that you learn being in the spaces longer, right? You know, we all grow. And I even admitted back then that, like, man, some of the stuff that I did, I was like, yeah, these are dumb. There's no reason for me to have done whatever. To have gotten as worked up as I did about certain things, or even, like, press the situation like I did, but young content creator, learning, being frustrated, all that. Speaking of tangents, when the homebrew workshopping in the works? You mean the, like, a homebrew consultation thing? Because I talked about that a little bit earlier. I'm planning on doing a homebrew consultation stream soon. But yeah. So the being able to make soon, no, I mean soon as in like actual, like within a week or so. I wish alignments were trimmed down to law / chaos again, because law can be civilization and chaos can be the wilds. You're not saying species is evil, but you still get stuff. I mean, I don't even think that saying that like evil and good can't be in the game. I don't even like, no, they totally can. I mean, you know, they can. How do I put this? Wait, would the homebrew consultation stream be paid to enter brews, or would it be an anyone can enter thing? Now, anytime that I'm doing a homebrew consultation thing, I don't, it if people are Patreon sponsors and they want it over here, then like I'll review it on stream or something. I've only got a few rules on that. Number one, because people have done this, and yeah, you're not paying me for a, you're not, okay, how do I put this? I'm trying to help out people that are like amateur brewers and maybe like let them see, you know, what I'm trying to help people grow as designers. And if people are submitting stuff as like kind of free review for a product they've already posted on the guild or something like that, that's a no-go. Yeah, that's a quick ticket to never getting stuff put on the channel again. Yeah, your reviews are not an endorsement. Exactly. So if you're sending me something that you have the intention of putting up on the DMs Guild, please, 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 know that it comes with the asterisk, right? Of like, I'm not doing a review. I'm not trying to start. I'm not. Yeah. I think some people get the the idea that like by submitting something that I'm going to be highlighting something that is going to lead to non-stop success for them or something as a designer, I'm mostly just trying to educate the community, you know, do at least give my opinion on what I'm seeing. So if you're interested in submitting something like that because you want to get to be a better brewer, yeah, totally go for it. Yeah, we'll just, it's a critique, not a review. Exactly. I mean, I've done them in the past, but the issue got to be that if the, how do I put it? If they're submitting something that is already up for sale, there's a weird vibe around that whole sort of interaction that I feel like if I just say like, you shouldn't have published it anywhere, you know, don't, it can't be published anywhere, that you're, you know, selling it, right? Do we send it in, Bruce, in the Discord? Yeah. Put it in the Critique My Work channel, and I'll be making an announcement whenever, like, I'm gonna do the critique stream. Even racist to say emo. That should be all on the DM to figure out. Just if you're going to print things, like, okay, I thought I phrased this pretty well in a video in the past. Morals and ethics. If you are assigning a thing's morals and ethics to its race, that is a racially essentialist narrative that you are evoking whenever you do that. You can get around this and evoke the same narrative that you are going for by just structuring it a different way. It's not a matter of saying that, like, I mean, if you are trying to make the assertion that, like, because you are of this race you must be evil, that is a racially essentialist starting point. A culture can potentially have evil thematics to it, you know, like that is absolutely a thing that you can write. You can say by geography, drow culture has some pretty evil themes to it. However, that does not mean that Dris Duarden is evil because he's a drow. You see what I mean? Like, yeah, ancestry and culture. This is a thing that you, is it Gwen Marshall now? Figured out and was, I mean, that's the reason why that book was so successful. It wasn't just because it was like, okay, now we have a woke version of what, like, your race trait should be. No, it's a way better narrative. It like, critically, it fixes the issue. I have rates or policies for reviewing content that is intended for sale on or off stream. I don't do paid reviews. Yeah, I don't do paid reviews. It's if I see it and I think it's cool, I'll highlight it. No, I won't. And I especially, how do I put this? If somebody gets me a review copy of a thing and I don't think that the quality of the thing is worth, maybe what they're asking for or something, because I messed this up in the past. I did a video where I covered a product in which there were definitely some ethical questions I had with it, and I thought that the quality was pretty bad. And the way that whole thing happened, I just don't really feel great reviewing. I don't feel good putting out a review for a thing that is basically, if I don't like the product, I won't put a review out on it. Is the way that I'm going to put it, right? I just don't think that it's a great energy to really inject into, especially the independent TTRPG scene, like freelance creators and all that stuff. There's a few communities I also just won't engage with anymore. Reddit's like Unearthed Arcana subreddit is one that, like, people have asked me continuously to look at some of the stuff over there, yada, yada, yada. I won't deal with the crowd that comes with that. There we go. Hiccup. Gotta put out good vibes. Yep. I know that there are certain communities. Yeah, UA subreddit. No, don't do this. I feel that I know that there are certain communities that are out there, who, how do I put it? There are certain communities that are out there that cannot handle anything but complete and utter down on your knees, like, I mean, like, unless you are praising their work as the second coming of Christ, cannot deal with you saying anything other than, oh my god, you have to buy this. Because if you don't say that, they view that as you being actively hostile, and they take it as a personal attack. This exists in the DMs Guild community as well. So, it's just that it's a little bit easier to avoid those groups than it is engaging in literally like the biggest subreddit on D&D homebrewing. The UA Reddit scares you. Yeah, nobody knows what the UA crowd wants. Nobody does. Yeah. A complete shitpost can get like 3k upvotes, and well-produced, pretty as fuck design gets like 200. Yeah. Yeah, the UA subreddit either wants memes or they want like an 80-page document that like maybe 3 pages of it are useful. Like, biological evil should be exclusive for immortal creatures and spirits, not necessarily mortals. How does an entire lineage across continents share the exact same culture? Ooh, actually, let me expand on that real quick. Maybe creatures that don't have a biology are, like they are abstracts, they are essences. Maybe you can make the assignment that like they are a representation as being evil or whatever. Maybe. Maybe. Ask homebrewers if they can show the math for their changes. That shuts down 99%. I mean, I just don't know that quantifying absolutely everything is really always a great way to look at it either. I'm much more worried about mechanical issues rather than mathematical ones. Like, I'm trying to make sure that things work and that they feel good before I'm really worried about, like, the numbers behind the thing are okay, right? One page subclass that there is not safe for work art, so they want that apparently. Oh god. Well, in this whole thing with alignment, right? I'm like, guys, hasn't everybody been complaining that like alignment doesn't really mean anything? So like, why do people seem to give a shit that they remove it from the alignment section and you're like, they remove the alignment section in your race? Why is that? Why, you know, I never played with anybody that actually paid attention to that. So like, if alignment's bad, why all of a sudden are people getting so pissy about it? Evil guys so great as bosses. The Gene Stealer cults? Ooh. It's because people think that they're restructuring lore. Okay. So I will say this. Sometimes, and some people are going to get really upset that I say this, sometimes your lore is probably worth changing. If you don't want to change it, like, okay, like that's on you. But like, if you sold over your creation to a company that feels like it's probably time for us to go through and kind of refine some things that may not have been an issue in the past, like maybe it was acceptable back then simply because we weren't really, it doesn't have to be the implication that the person that wrote this is racist. What it can be is this was not a thing that was really considered to be racist at the time, but times have changed and we're trying to make it more approachable and accessible for people today, right? So like, guys, I live in Oklahoma. I can drive 5 minutes to a fucking thrift store and they are selling like Aunt Jemima style black cartoonized racist caricatures over in those thrift stores. I have brought this up as an issue with one of the thrift store owners at one time because they were selling like, what is it, little Sambo for like $400. And I was like, are you serious? Like, I was like, you realize you have upped the price on this because it's offensive. I was like, you really think that this is ethical or okay? I'm not allowed back in that shop, but you know. So like, this person seems to think that it's completely okay. They are without shame about this. And you know, whatever, that person is going to be, upset one way or another if you critique them on the issue, right? Whatever. Now, bad goodwill. Now, sometimes you write a thing though. Let me kind of move back on this. I went to, let me talk about a bad example of this, where they're using tradition as a means of justifying, no, let me say this. Okay, this is just an example of, I went to back whenever I was a kid, I want to make sure that this is right, because my dad reminded me about this the other day. Oh, okay, so this is... Okay. Yeah, there we go. This might not be the correct sign. But I do remember my dad telling me about this story whenever I was a kid. So, we took a vacation with my dad back to his hometown in Texas. This is just you know, the kind of racism you see and stuff here in like Oklahoma, right? So I was like, I don't know, 6 or 7. And I remember seeing this, like seeing a sign, and my dad didn't really say anything to me about it at the time. The sign, I think that this is the correct one, was this. My dad had grown up in a sundown town. Now, it hadn't been quite that in quite a long time. So, are we to say that, like, me as simply a human have the same alignment as everybody that grew up, like, everybody that grew up and held that belief right there? The belief that that town should only be for, like, whites only is something that I would say is an ethically and morally reprehensible thing. Most likely, I think it's pretty easy to say, of an evil alignment, okay? They might be convinced that they're right. That doesn't mean that they are. Anyways, so some of them, they're convinced that, like, anyways. But, okay, so those are humans that are doing that, right? Are we to say that, like, every human is evil, or that we can assign that, like, every human is evil because people like Hitler existed? People like, you know, people in that town existed, right? These are, like, these are people who, like, maybe back then it was okay then, because that was, like, the, I mean, it feels weird even saying that it was okay back then, you know? Oh, later, Akita, yeah. Yeah, good luck on all that. So, only in White Cities After Dark, you know? So, like, oh, yeah, no, sundown towns. So, we know, or I mean, it was more frequent here in the South because, I mean, you know, it's the fucking South, whatever. So, like, part of me, even back whenever the orcs are racist thing was going on, part of the pushback was like, I don't know that half the people having this argument right now have actually seen, like, number one, it was a bunch of white people bringing this up back then, all right? Like, I could tell that it was like, come on. And I just thought that the racism that they were referring to with that was not quite anything like what I had seen living here in Oklahoma, right? It is not hard for me to maybe drive 20 minutes in any direction. I said this the other day, like, I know where there are for sure, like, there is for sure a KKK meeting place within 20-25 minutes of where I am currently sitting at right now. I could drive there. But, like, looking online, I'm almost like, seeing during the, like, our orcs racist thing go on, I was like, you guys are calling this racist? Boy, I don't know what you would think about, like, some of the shit I've seen living here in Oklahoma, you know? But, you know, I mean, that doesn't mean that what was going on wasn't exactly worthy of critique. I guess just to me, it was like, I felt like there were other instances of racism that were higher priority than addressing the lore of, like, you know, potential black coding within orcs, right? So, damn, it seems like there's a lot of stuff coming. Live stream idea. Oh, driving to a fucking, oh, no. Oh, fuck no. Oh, good God. Are you kidding me? Last fucking place I ever want to go to again is Inola, Oklahoma. Whoops, did I say that out loud? That there is a KKK meeting area in Inola, Oklahoma? How weird. Man. But, yeah. and leave a copy of Ancestry and Culture on their porch. You don't remember Latvian people being racist, but you met a lot of racist Slavs. I mean, this is not, and it's not a uniquely American issue either. Like, every country's got issues like this. From what I understand, like, they're telling people, oh god, I don't know that I want to get super off into this, but we've got some of our buddies are from Egypt, and you know, they're friends that Amanda met first, right? And they've been like, you know, yeah, we would love to have you over there, but I guess apparently there's been a pretty massive shift to where there are like now travel agents telling especially like women not to go to Egypt right now because of the huge like sexual assault stuff happening over there. America's very blatant with it though. America's one of the only countries I can recall in modern times with politicians. Well, I don't know that I'll make that jump, but like I will say that, like, man, it feels like it's so mask off here. It really does. It's an interesting topic that should be talked about, but it isn't a world-ending problem, just a remnant of the past that continues to reinforce. Yeah, Coke's got it. It's the kind of thing that, like, me looking at the game, I was like, I think at the time I was like, you guys realize, like, probably the biggest civil rights movement since Martin Luther King is currently going on, and we're really having a discussion about orcs. So in my mind, I was like, there's bigger shit happening, right? I think that there were, oh god, yeah, I've heard about those. That sounds like a horror story. But to me, I think at the time it was like, god, there are such bigger issues going on right now. And, you know, I should have engaged with that in a different way. Yeah. He's an expert. Your Canadian real. Aren't you guys having like a pretty weird issue of like a sudden like conservative pull in your like parliament or something? I thought like Canada is dealing with like a weird shift happening with their politics right now. I don't know, I haven't really kept up massively with like international politics or anything. Why is this having such a hard time? I guess it is a 9-hour long video. Oh, okay, it's in processing. Man, every time I hear this song, it makes me want to play Final Fantasy X again. Oh. Oh. So good. Maybe that's what I'll do later on this summer. Oh man, I wouldn't. Oh. Okay, what the fuck? Wait, what? Currently, Canada is currently suggesting assisted suicide to disabled populations. Oh yeah, that's been to give my upload today. Yeah. You know, like part of me sees, how do I put this? Shape changer, I would think. Maybe. So part of me thinks, and it's like, you know, there are most definitely people in my life that I've met that I'm like, I love you, and you know, you are like family or whatever, that I've heard like, or you know, witnessed them do some things that I was like, that's not okay though. and it's like usually cultural things that they were brought up, whatever. And part of me, it's not that I understand, it's more so that I'm like, I see it as, there's always that kind of joke, right, about like they grew up during a specific time, or like, yeah, she's from a different time, whatever. But like, I mean, there's certain people I've met where it was like, that's kind of what you have to, kind of what talking to and knowing this person comes with, is you kind of have to, you're kind of told not to start anything because they're from a different time and they're not going to change, right? I mean, there's certain people that I have kicked out of my life because as I got older, I was like, I want to be a dad, and I don't want you to be an influence on my child in any capacity. So there's people that I have not spoken to in like over 5 years, right? There are also people that I've seen that have said some of this stuff that have changed over time. So I know that this isn't the kind of thing that like you either are or you aren't this, right? So it's like there's parts of me that have a lot of sympathy for people that just don't really, and this is why I really try to come with a lot of charitability whenever there's like, maybe there's a YouTuber or something, like we have these like little strolling through loaded hey Pale, we do have like discords or whatever conversations between some of us like D&D tubers where we're trying to keep an eye on the community, right? What's happening right now, who do we need to be aware of, yada yada yada. And like I am, oh no, like yeah, Akita, so like back in like, I don't know, back before like 2010, I mean like there, like I had a black fraternity brother that I can never recall ever saying that word. I remember some of my fraternity brothers saying that word, but like he thought it was, well, okay, he said he thought it was funny that like we called him Brother Darkness. He was like the only black guy in the fraternity, right? And oh yeah, I mean I've used it too, right? The R word. Up until like I want to say about like, I don't know, 6 years ago, and this was pretty much a cultural thing where like, well, I say a cultural thing, I don't know, there was an idea that like it was okay to say, it was like okay to say the N-word if you were using it as a quote, right? As long as you were like, if you were a white person quoting somebody else, then in like the context of it was like, I need to say this because it's this person quoting it. I'm not singing a song or whatever. It was like required for what, anyways. And even I was like, no, that's still like, there's just no need to say it, right? Like, I'm like, there's, if you have to think of an excuse to say it, just don't say it. But also like, and I can understand like, back in like 2008, 2009, playing Call of Duty like crazy, that's how people just talk to each other on there, right? I mean, I think even still back then, it was like, I never, I mean, I'm like, I'm being like full on honest here. I remember calling people like, R word, F slur, not like, I don't think I ever I don't know. It would always feel like anytime I had ever said that at any point in my life, it was like, oh my God, whoa, whoa. It was one of those like, what'd I just do? You know? So, and you know, like times change, all that stuff. And that's another thing, right? Times change. And like, as times change, we have to adapt, you know? Oh my, just committed a crime. Wait, what? Sure, maybe this better not awaken. Wait, what? What is that referring to? Oh, you transform. Okay. It's like, wait, what? So yeah, like I really try to treat like I really try to give a lot of charitability to like I mean I don't know, I'm trying to think like how to put it. If like there's some kind of an accusation about someone being, you know, a hateful individual, whatever, without like a real solid reason to believe that that person is actually hateful, I have a hard time just siding blindly. And you know, I really try to give people the benefit of the doubt, because I know a lot of the world won't right now. It's a rough going. Let me do this. I have a link to the Discord. It should be in the channel banner. Second chance is a great thing for everyone. Yeah, and I'm not saying like, you know, don't hold people accountable and whatnot. Like, yeah, but there's a difference between. I don't trust the public to hold someone accountable. Ooh, I will definitely say that. I don't trust the public to hold anybody accountable. I think that like if you do like mass, just like hive mind throwing it out, whatever, crowd based like punishment, what the hell am I called? Mob, well, what's it called? Mob mentality. Is that right? They need the GG invite URL. It's in my Discord, or sorry, it's in my they want to invite to the Discord. They join up in the Discord. Mob justice. There we go. So mob mentality, mob justice, all that kind of stuff, right? If somebody does something reprehensible, and I'm gonna point to something specific here because this is the most recent instance of like, wow, the hive mind screwed this up. All right. Back about 2 or 3 months ago, J.K. Rowling got into a bit of an argument with another online political commentator called Vosh. And in case you all don't know, J.K. Rowling is a TERF. And rather than, she who shall not be named, yeah. Rather than like people hopping on board to bring up points about J.K. Rowling, they were hopping on Vosh because Vosh said, and this was on like International Women's Day or something. So what Vosh said was like, yeah, it wasn't great. Yeah. What Vosh said was, if I remember this right, women shut up and stay quiet challenge or something. And people, it was against J.K. Rowling, who very clearly is only using her platform for hate, all right? So whenever Vosh said this, rather than people continue to bring up their issues with J.K. Rowling, hop on Vosh. And it's like, boy. Well, I mean, yes, okay. Okay, Vosh is not, God, how do I put this? Vosh is great at rhetoric. He is very, very bad at trying to always grab for the edgiest thing to get. Uh, he's really, really bad at always grabbing for the edgiest thing to get. He's not trying to get attention. He's trying to make a slam to get someone to either, number one, be too intimidated to really respond, or number two, like, maybe he just thinks that they really need that punch in the gut. And yeah, some people do, but like, yeah, he wasn't wrong. He was just, yeah, he you know, and he even admits he's edgy, right? He even admits it. Let's see that. I will say the guy is great at, the guy is great at rhetoric. The guy is great at, you know, debate, all that stuff. But whenever it comes time to like figure out, like, man, I mean, part of me is like, I kind of get why he was doing what he was doing. I can see his point. But like, oh man. Yeah, Vosh shoots from the hip way too much and off. Yeah, that's fair. I'll say, yeah, that's fair. Can it make bombs? Yes. That's one of the things that we're going to be trying to go for. Yeah. He's so good at it, it causes judgment. I mean, I don't know about the guy, enough about the guy personally to make, like, you know, a diagnosis or anything, or I'm not equipped to do that either. I'm just like, just from what I've seen as somebody that's watched quite a lot of his content, the guy is great at tearing down alt-writers. Awesome at that. But he tries to do so in a way that's meant to shock and awe, and I don't think that that's always helpful in every situation. Yeah, just otherwise, man, I think that he can be a great speaker. Yeah, he's admitted to that too. But yeah, but like, okay, at least he admitted to it, and he's not like hiding around, silently skulking and hiding that from his viewers or anything like that. It was a thing that he did in the past. He screwed up. He admitted to it, and he, as far as I'm aware, like learned from it and grew. Right. So, yeah, it's not great that he did that, but I mean, like, you know, there's stuff that, like, man, even I can look back in the past and I'm like, you know what? I wouldn't call it sexual harassment. I would call it me screwing up at learning how to, like, talk to women about that way, you know? So, harass too. This is making you not want to learn. Yeah, political commentator. You know, I think that the guy has a great mind for pushing. How do I put this? The guy has a great argument for pushing back against a very, very concerning wave of hyper conservative ideals that we're seeing develop here in America. But man, as somebody that's like not involved with, like, I'm just like outside kind of looking in with like a passing interest in kind of what's happening in like that sphere. I just worry that, like, man, he could be so much better than he is. Like, yeah, he could be, if he was just willing to not want to deliver everything as if he had literally just punched you in the mouth. Let me move this over here. Honestly, before Rowling revealed the turf, I already had huge issues with her. I remember whenever people were talking about, like, it was almost more of a, like, urban legend that, like, the goblins were, supposed to be like Jewish caricatures or something like that. But yeah, I hadn't really. I mean, guys, I'm not a Harry Potter fan. I read the first, second, and third books back like during 4th grade, and then I got to Goblet of Fire and I was just out. Was it Goblet of Fire or Order of the Phoenix? What's the fourth book? First, second, and third books. The fourth book, the one that's a goddamn cinder block. Is it Goblet of Fire? No, wait. No, it's... No, wait. Yeah, Goblet of Fire. Okay. I got to like up to the fourth book, and just I was out. The fantasy book, I got like, oh man, the fantasy series I wish I would have had as a kid. I'm gonna, you know what, guys? You've heard me completely and utterly just like harp on this guy like crazy, but I so wish I would have had this whenever I was a teen. Sorry if you saw my ass. Oh my god. This is my favorite, like, fantasy series. Yeah, I would say I enjoyed this more than Lord of the Rings. Easy. Easy. Mistborn by Brandon Sanderson. I love this book so much. I went through and, like, I pulled this copy up because this was a feat, alright? Tabbed all the chapters. All these are important moments that, I mean, the tabs mean something different, okay, for each one. I didn't just do that for the first one. Boom. Boom. This entire first trilogy was probably my favorite read ever. I adore Mistborn. I have thought, God, you know what I should do? I should email Brandon Sanderson and see if he's actually interested in getting a 5e class written for a Mistling. Ross and I would, oh man. Ooh. If you have not, if you haven't read Mistborn, it's like maybe you can get the entire trilogy for $20, and I swear to you, like, boy, the magic system is incredible. I would honestly say that if you're looking at class design, I've never heard of a Mistling in any 5e stuff. If you're looking at writing magic systems, you need to see what he does with Allomancy in here. So good. So good. Seeing what the character of a magic system can do to improve a world, or to build onto a world. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna figure out how to get in touch with Brandon Sanderson. And ask him about. I would see if Ross wants to team up. I know Ross would in a heartbeat. To try and make a 5e adaptation of his magic systems. Allomancy would be so fucking cool. Yeah. That was, I mean, I had put up in my Patreon poll about one of the exclusive options was going to be like a metallurgic essence. That was basically going to be me trying to experiment with making Allomancy using sorcery points and stuff. That one didn't get voted on, but it's one that I would like to try and make happen. Have I ever read the Perdido Street Station and its sequels? Never heard of it. There is a Mistborn RPG. The system is not real easy to parse out. Have I ever read Xanth? I have not. Gideon the Ninth is also very good. I've heard the title before. But no, I have not read that. Read the Wormweb serial if you want superhero content. I think I got pretty into Invincible. I saw the series come out and then I read a little bit of the comic book, but you know, it's not bad. Yes, we're gonna tag team Sanders. Oh, that would be fun. I'm not gonna lie, that would be super fun. Not that. No, I'm not that. Yeah, yeah, comparing Sanderson to Rowling, yeah. Monster Girl from Invincible. I thought Monster Girl was a pretty cool concept for like I don't know what, like I guess an accursed, you know. But yeah, her very very cool. Very very cool idea there. Yeah. Yes, I know he's played D&D. I think he said his favorite class is paladin or something like that. Ursula Le Guin is one that I've definitely heard of and I have not read yet. Should a Mistling in 5e just be an archetype of a class dedicated to manipulating elements, or is Allomancy enough to carry itself as a class within itself? Allomancy as a magic system makes quite a bit of sense as a prestige class. Or possibly a feat tree? Because, well, the closest that I could pin, and this is why I had originally phrased it for sorcerer, right? I'm not going to spoil anything here, but the class that definitely makes the most sense for allomancy is going to be a sorcerer. Define prestige class. A prestige class is an option that anybody can take with like having basically prestige, right? There's a certain reason why your character gains a level in this. The levels that you gain over there, it's like the same thing as you multi-classing, but prestige classes are meant to, what I feel is give you like they're in a way, I think you could argue, possibly giving you about the same amount of power that you would be getting out of just having like a second subclass in a way. The problem is that prestige classes we haven't figured out a power budget for this system. I will say that Benjamin did a pretty damn good job in keeping the Kobold Queen at developing the two over there, the Cerulean Sage and the Dragon Sworn Knight. Because, you know, they were 5 levels, and by the 5th level, you got a capstone for the Prestige class that was pretty easily justifiable. What Benjamin did over there was, like, at that capstone level, the Dragon Sworn Knight becomes immune to being frightened. That is, boy, if you're divesting away from your core class features, that's a pretty good reason to go 5 levels into that. Like, you become immune to a condition. Pretty nice. Yeah, you can't start with it. Yep. Yeah, and the thing that I liked was Benjamin wrote Keeping the Kobold Queen to be kind of an homage to JRPGs. So over there, it was like the way that he structured the prestige classes was you couldn't take them unless you had done certain things in the campaign or in the adventure that he wrote, right? Which I was like, this is pretty cool. Like, I like that idea, you know? The narrative beat of you can do this if a certain thing comes up in the campaign that justifies you getting that. I thought that was really cool. Ghostfire has class features that are given at tiers for story stuff. Basically, Corpus Malicious is more like a feat tree investment. So, you know who wrote for Ghostfire games? Benjamin Huffman. A not prestige class. So with that, let me take a 10. I will be right back, guys. Been going on 2.5 hours. We'll refocus on the Alchemist because we're getting the first level figured out. Yeah, Benjamin worked on he worked on Grimlore, and he did a few things for them. But yeah, he worked for Ghostfire Games. He was an independent contractor. Yeah, I'll be right back. See you guys here in just a little bit. I know that the dogs want to go out. I can hear them right now. So yeah, be back here in just a little bit, guys. Oh, right. Whoop. That's not right. There we go. That was my overhead. Yeah, yeah, I did hear about the Sanderson Soulsborne. Oh, is that... Nope, still pending. Okay. God, that 9-hour stream from the other night's almost done. Finally uploading. Let me see. I don't know if Ross is going to be available or not, but... okay. So... Okay. Man, somebody me to drink a Grey Goose so I contact my local druid order. Yeah, especially like, I mean, good God, I can't imagine a cooler Mistborn than one developed by From Software. Oh my God. Oh. Oh. Okay. So, here's the deal. I've just got to get this core going. Let's get rid of this. Okay. You can use your action to concoct alchemical items. The list of items that appear in the official books. Wait. Which... The pork at a discount tastes awesome. Alright, so action economy on this. Use your action to concoct alchemical items, which are used with the use an object action. List of items that appear in the official books that count as alchemical items for the purposes of this feature are detailed at the end of this class description. You must know the item's alchemical formula. Formula have the components for the item as well as either your alchemist supplies or an empty flask in hand. Yes, most likely, Akita, yeah. Are there any basic concoctions known by default, or does acid/alchemist fire take up one of your formulas? That is... maybe. We'll see. Formula have the components for the item, as well as either your alchemist supplies or an empty flask in hand when you concoct any item with this feature. Okay, so what, hold up. What if you can make these items during your downtime? You can already do that, okay? Now, in combat, we don't have to make the distinction that there are alchemical items that can only be made during combat. Okay, hold up. No, don't want to get into that mindset. Okay. So let's say this: alchemical items can be crafted outside of combat. Okay. If you're able to use them that way, okay. Um, um, okay. All right, there we go. Using this feature are made swiftly, lacking the stability of those crafted with care in a controlled environment with alchemist supplies. As a result, they lose their potency at the end of your next turn. Every time you go to work on your class, you join my stream, this is a problem. Nah, just, you know, if you got a question, feel free to toss it my way and I'll see what I can do to help. I just hope the concoction doesn't melt in their face. That's, you know, maybe make them last a minute. Boom. That's their 5th level spike. Some people would like that. Wait, what? Something about this. Oh, wait, what? Oh, something chaotic. Items that appear in the official books count as alchemical items for the purposes of this feature are detailed at the end of the class description. For you to concoct the item, you must know the item's alchemical formula, have the components for the item, oh. magically maintain their potency until they are used. However, those that you create using this feature are made swiftly, lacking the stability of those crafted with care in a controlled environment with Alchemist supplies. As a result, they lose their potency at the end of your next turn. Boom. Are the thing I want to get rid of is I want to lock potions of healing out of this. And I think that you do that by wait, it's damn it, I think Flash of Genius is an Artificer thing. However, ooh. Yes. Oh, even better. Oh. Oh. Oh yeah. Ooh, the Diablo soundtrack, right? Let's crank that a little bit. Well, I guess it's already required. Yeah, you can still craft. What this does is makes it to where you can access a common rarity magic item. This is basically allowing you to do a potion of healing once per short rest as an action on your turn. Ooh. If we limit it to, we lock out, we lock out, okay, I don't think mundane item mundane is not like a codified thing. But the moment that we say magical, it feels like that comes with other implications. hang on. Because you're not... Okay. You can potentially get magic items with it as you increase... Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Wait. Is it? Oh shit! They are moving. Oh. I mean. No, the reason why the coffee lock only works specifically for spell slot regeneration. I need to do a video on explaining the coffee lock thing. I mean, it's been long enough that I think, you know what? Maybe that's what Eye Patch and Monocle should be about tomorrow. What do you guys think? Should me and Ross talk about coffee lock? Because I think that's probably going to, I think coffee lock is probably going to go down as the big point in why 5e is most likely needing a big overhaul. Yeah, it's Ross. You generate a bunch of potions that retain their potency by spamming short rests. Is it? I mean, the same problem would be there by you spamming long rests. Which means that we can't do it. Wait. That's the problem, is it's not the spell slot. It's the fact that you're making a permanent magic item. But if you do this, it's fine. No, that's we still want to keep it to where we're designing for the system and the magic items that are within the system, right? Oh, I just love this feature name though. No, it doesn't need to be proficiency times for long rest. No, because then we're overriding, like... Oh yeah, Transistor. It's another Darren Korb soundtrack. Here's my thing. I've got to keep it to where you creating the potion is narratively consistent with potions in the game. It's an idea. I think that's a very, very goddamn good idea. How powerful is a health potion really? It's not so much about like how powerful the potion is one way or the other. It's that it becomes way infinitely better and by de facto the way that you're going to heal outside of combat if you're just allowed to just spam these. Because this is essentially like you're... No, wait. You still got to have the... You got to have the components to create it. Yeah, you still gotta have the components to create it. No, we don't even need that. We don't... Oh, wait, this might be okay. It's limited by the fact of, in either case, you're going to have to be foraging around and have the components, or you have to go buy them. Yeah. Yeah. It's like if Revivify was just, you know, well, I mean, it's got the spell slot, but like... Yeah. Oh, wait. Hold up. Oh, I think the narrative consistency, like... Okay. Your spell slots are capitalism. Yeah, and I think that that's an expected buy-in. Karen is, for this class, if you want to play one, I think part of that buy-in is going to be that you want to, you want to be, tracking this stuff. Like, that's an expectation, right? A role play of it. Like, wait, what song is this? Oh. Oh, okay, cool. Hey, we might have a guest. Oh no, I don't need you on video, man. It would just be good to get you, good to get that voice. Is it Benjamin? Nah, it's Ross. Benjamin's really, really working, really, really busy with his kids right now. Let's see, what's the video? Yep, should be good. Yeah, Ben's got two sons. Yeah, tracking with crafters should be expected. Yeah, I think that is intended buy-in for the class. Yeah, let me try to call him real quick. Oh.
Well, hello, Taron.
Hey, what's up, Russ?
Not much, just enjoying Memorial Day,
Yeah, good,
preparing
good.
for the week.
Been hanging
How
out,
are you
taking it
doing?
easy.
For the most part, yeah.
Oh, nice. Um, yeah, I am. Oh, I'm currently live streaming. Um,
Hello, chat.
Chat says, "Hey." So, I don't know if you have my live stream up right now.
I do not.
Okay. So I basically feel like I figured out the core to making an alchemist work for the system. Um, Now, the thing I was trying to get your opinion on is whether or not I have successfully gated it out from uh, basically this thing just being able to shit out potions of healing all the time, right? Like, I mean, uh, so I don't know if you can read this feature or anything. Let me see. If you pull up my live stream, I can get you the link to it.
Yeah, go ahead and send me that and give me 1 sec.
Yeah. Chat, can you guys hear Ross?
Sorry, did you just ask me something?
No, I was asking chat if they could hear you.
Oh, okay.
Yep, good. Okay. Um, so basically, the thing I've just been trying to do is um, make the narrative really, really consistent to where potions exist. We don't have to reclassify a bunch of stuff, but the alchemist can still make things that are alchemical items during combat.
Okay.
And then making it to where, like, how do we make a narratively healthy, or we don't disrupt the narrative of what a potion is, but make it to where you can still create like these alchemical items inside combat. So what I've been thinking is this action called concoct, where
Yeah, I have you up on my Chromecast right now, so I'm sort of trying to read that at the moment.
okay. And if you want me to like kind of stop and explain anything, yeah. And this is also I literally just typed and added some things into it like 5 seconds ago. Well, let me get rid of this. This is actually, let me move this away so it's just clear what I currently have written. You can go live up here for right now. All right. So this is the main core action concoct that I am like, I want this to be the thing that you're doing in combat.
All right, I am very slightly delayed, so give me 1 sec to
Yeah,
catch
you're
up.
fine. You're fine. You can hear Mr. Mono cool.
Yes, I do. I do appreciate stuff. All right, so I'm guessing just by how this is worded that you know a certain number of alchemical formulas, or those are the ones that you can like learn like during downtime or whatever if you want to get more.
Yeah, you start out knowing a number of alchemical formula equal to your intelligence modifier plus your alchemist level. So
Okay.
I'm assuming like 4 on average we can account for right here at first level.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
Now, this is probably going to get that spellbook wording of you can learn others as you adventure, yada yada yada. Fun.
Yeah. I mean, that just makes sense.
Yeah, I think that's just going to be
From a
kind of
narrative
the
standpoint.
standard on like intelligence classes. You know, you're learning stuff as you keep going on. You know, but so you start out with like 4 of these things. My thought is, so you feel like you got a good grasp on like kind of what I'm thinking with this.
Yeah, so like you can make Alchemist's fire and use it as an action
Yeah.
on your turn,
Uh,
basically, as long as you have the components and all that.
Yeah. The thing I'm thinking is like, okay, it's going to be a D8 class, might even be a D6, but I think it has to be a D8 because the way that range improvised weapon attacks work is there always a range of 20 feet. So
Yeah,
you know, I'm
Yeah.
like, we'll make it a D8, but make it to where you have the range to deal with this stuff, right? And I think that's all right. One thing I thought of that I am very happy with, the potency thing that's in here. This is going to be the way that we override things like Alchemist Fire having a set DC inside of the object, and not like you using your DC, right? You just replace that with an intelligence-based DC. Whenever you're using your improvised weapon attack rolls, you're using intelligence, whatever. And you can replace the bonus to rolls you make with alchemical items that usually use an object action with your intelligence modifier. This is what I was doing in the merchant with bang for your buck.
yes.
So this is all just making it to where Alchemist Fire doesn't necessarily suck. You know, stuff like that. Now, I thought this was so cool. I don't know if you can see this feature quite right, but this, I don't know. Well, I'll come up with another name. This is supposed to be like the 5th level spike that makes it a little bit easier for them to get a bit more out of their core action. You know, like
I see what you're working with here. It's like an extra attack, but that rewards preparation, which feels very in line with the narrative of an alchemist. So that's very
right.
clever.
I thought that was sick. And I can't take full credit for it because this is kind of inspired by Pathfinder. What they did over there was they have a feat later on that rather than the alchemical item losing its potency at the start of your turn, it loses it at the end of your turn. And I was like, ooh, that is a really cool, graceful way of doing that. Like, you know,
Yeah.
but I think that
I will say, with my experience from the shaman, which, as you know, is an incredibly preparation-heavy class, you're going to want to make that enhanced 10 minutes.
You think?
Because 1 minute is not reliable.
Yeah, I guess the shift in power isn't really all that significant.
Because really what's going to happen is like you're going to make all these things because you think you're going to get into a fight. Then you're going to go into a room in a dungeon where there won't be an encounter. You'll spend a little bit exploring that. All of your things will go inert. And then the next room you go into, boom, you just wasted all the components. So, I mean, I'm not sure if you expend the components. That feels correct.
You will.
So trust me, 10 minutes will be a very nice quality of life
Okay.
enhancement for that feature without increasing its power too much.
Do you think that this should shift over into 1 minute right here then?
I mean, if you can use it the same time you make it at first level, then I don't think that needs to be 1 minute at all.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, it's really only if you can't use it at the same time. Then you're going to want to make that enhanced 10 minutes. 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 10 min that you need to worry about that. And then the preparation aspect is it just needs to be longer than a minute. Otherwise, you're going to get one encounter maybe out of it.
The prep time. Oh, you mean whenever you're making it up here?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So, if you spend, like, if we say, like, 1 minute crafting an alchemical item.
Oh, no, I'm not saying
Oh.
like the enhanced feature. I'm not saying you need a prep time.
Okay.
I'm saying that, like, if you do prep them, like if you don't make them in combat, they need to have a duration of longer than a minute.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, I got what you mean.
So the wording you have there of just changing it 1 minute, 10 minutes, that's exactly what I meant.
Gotcha. And then literally just came up with this like 5 minutes before I got you on. Number one, I'm in love with the feature name. Bottled Lightning. When you use your action to concoct an alchemical item, you can now create an alchemical item with a rarity of common. Once you use this feature, you can't do so again until you finish a long rest.
Okay, so that does enter the scary territory of you can now craft potions of healing.
Yeah. This is where I'm like, and I've been talking about this with chat where I'm like, the scary thing is this is where you just turn into a potion mill. If you're given enough downtime and they're permanent, whatever. But do you think the fact that it requires you have to have the materials, do you think that, because my feeling is you can already do this. If you have the materials to craft with downtime, you can already craft these.
But the difference is that this lets you craft a potion of healing as an action.
Right.
Which, I mean, isn't too different from, like, say, casting Cure Wounds.
Right.
But, and I do see you have it gated as you can only use it once per long rest.
Mm-hmm.
Which, I mean, yeah, I can see it. I'm not, here's the thing, like, the feature is exciting, but a common potion
Right.
at once per long rest kind of ruins some of that excitement in a way.
Do you think that that's due to the rarity?
It might be. But I mean, really, what this says currently, just to be very blunt, is once per long rest, you can make a potion of healing as an action.
Right.
Because I don't think there's any other common alchemical magic items that are nearly as impactful as a potion of healing.
Fair. I think we can add that in. I mean, JP, it's only 1 day. Yeah, so the actual time it takes to create a potion of healing currently in the game is 1 working day. Yeah, because what you do is there is a crafting time that's associated with making a common magic item. You're supposed to cut that in half, and then according to Xanthar's guide, because it's a consumable, you cut that in half as well. They do that so that you can make a common potion, whatever, in 1 working day. Here's my thought. Since you can already make a common potion, a potion of healing in a day, is it super absurd to shift that down to where an alchemist can potentially make one as a part of a long rest?
I mean, that does make sense. I could, it makes a lot of sense narratively,
but it feels like really scary.
It does.
Like, I'm like, I feel so hesitant on this. But part of me is like, that makes me feel like it is just almost right. like, I feel like this is overtuned, which tells me that, but it's just barely, right? Like, I feel like it's just right outside of my grasp. Because I can't figure out if it's like, does this need to be where it's doing so doesn't, you can't do so as a part of a long rest? Is
I mean, that makes it no stronger, theoretically, than having a first level spell slot you can only use to cast Cure Wounds once per day.
except for the fact that that spell slot is like a permanent battery. You know what I mean? Like, you can do this every single day for a week, and then suddenly you've got 7 castings of Cure Wounds, right?
Unless the potion you make has an expiration date.
And yeah, but here's my thought. The potions, I mean, and yeah, we can always overwrite whatever. The potions currently don't in the game, and it feels a little bit ungraceful to like buck that and say to make this work they need to expire.
If you're a first level alchemist, you're not a master alchemist yet. You're just taking the path.
Sure, but any character spending the downtime can do it. They don't have to be an alchemist.
Then maybe you make it so this one has a much, much lower, it maybe not even any component cost.
Make it to where you can create these potions, but they expire after.
Yeah, just with the materials you can just find around. Like that could be the narrative. Like you can make temporary potions with just the random shit near you.
Okay.
And that would also differentiate you from everyone else who can make potions using alchemist supplies or an herbalism kit.
So you think like if you spend 4 hours engaged in crafting, see, I like the alchemical item text, but you know, what do you think this need to be? Like, you can craft, if you spend, wait, if you spend at least 4 hours engaged in crafting alchemical item as a part of a long rest? Nah, I don't know that it needs to be there.
Well, keep in mind that it's very difficult to spend 4 hours on something as part of a long rest unless you're an elf or a warforged.
Yeah.
Because rules as written, you get 2 hours of light activity and 6 hours of sleep as part of a long rest.
Okay. Can create a potion of healing. Or wait. Wow. Rarity as high as common?
Yeah. Yeah.
Without,
The one thing I'm concerned with is the alchemical item wording, actually. Like, I know that's very flavorful,
yeah.
but that has no definition in the game.
I'm trying to set that later.
I mean, I get that. The problem is that whenever you introduce new terminology in a third party thing, that creates new overhead for a player. And I mean, I understand that works in the idea of like a person who wants to use third party content like might be looking for something that feels different and all that. But
yeah.
yeah.
Distinguishing this so that you can literally just whip shit up someday. Every long rest but only lasts a day. Yeah. The Alchemist doesn't want to be left in a situation where they can't use their primary class feature after everyone else can on a long rest. Yeah. So you think that it has to be specifically a potion of healing, or like, hang on, a potion, poison, or similar alchemical item? You think? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm just thinking.
Oh, okay. Sorry. It just sounded like you like walked away. Um,
Um, I think specifically highlighting a potion of healing as the intended use, because I see a person, Bowin, I probably pronounced that wrong, Baowin, says that like part of being an alchemist, like the class fantasy of that, is being able to heal without spellcasting.
right.
So I think specifically highlighting the potion of healing does make sense there. Um, but here's the thing: I think potions are a criminally underutilized
Hmm.
aspect of the Dungeon Master's Guide, and I think there's a really cool opportunity here for it. Like, unless you're specifically planning to write like a new category of magic item called alchemical item, introduce it in this class, like later in the book.
Yeah.
What I think it would be interesting if you were able to craft potions with whatever this final paragraph is going to be, and then you could scale the rarity at higher levels.
So wait. How do you mean?
So, like at this level, you can only use this feature to, at the end of a long rest, craft a common potion. But at later levels, maybe you could craft either an uncommon potion or two common potions.
Right. Right.
That kind of thing.
Yeah. I mean, that was kind of what I did with the merchant. Um, what did I feel like on that one with top shelf? Let me pull that down.
That is fair. The merchant does bear thinking about here because they can already do magic item stuff with potions.
Yeah. And they're able to stock potions of healing. But I mean, portable storefront keeps you from just constantly doing that. I mean, you're going to get one at first level if you do. Um, wasn't paying for your buck. What am I looking at? Apothecary.
Yeah, so the difficulty here is that we want to still meet that kind of alchemical narrative, but we also don't want to have overlap with the merchant.
Yeah, and I mean, so what I'm kind of thinking is, if I figure out a better system over here, I'm probably going to rework the apothecary merchant over there into something separate, like I don't know, a potion sellers guild or something, and maybe make that like a third alchemist or I don't know, something, because I like the. I mean, I have gotten such overwhelmingly good feedback about the apothecary over there, that I'm like, okay, I want to take the adaptability and modularity of that and key it out into its own full system over here. But
Okay.
merchant has the narrative ease of being a spellcaster, being able to influence the potion. So you know that, yeah. But I want that customizability over here.
So there is another path, if you're open to hearing it.
Sure.
So you already kind of are going to have a list of things you can make, like as part of the concoction, like concocting ability.
Hmm.
The other option here is to have a separate list of things you can make using this feature, the as part of a long rest feature.
Right.
And maybe you can take a little bit of a cue out of the Artificer infusion that lets you make magic items.
Yeah.
And you could maybe use that for this feature, or you could have a specific list of things that you can make, many of which feel very similar to potions of healing. And the other opportunity that exists here is Artificer has another feature you can completely and totally co-opt, where they can get where it's easier for them to craft magic items of certain rarities. You can limit that even further here to make it so that you can craft potions at significantly lower cost than other people. So there's a lot of different routes you can possibly take. It just really depends on what to you feels the most alchemisty, I guess,
Yeah.
would be, and then just stick to that gun and see how it iterates out when you do iterate on it.
Yeah. Were you talking about magic item adept?
Yes, yes, that's the one.
Okay. So like when you craft a let's say when you craft a potion or poison with a rarity of common or uncommon, it takes you a quarter of the time and it costs you half as much as usual gold.
Yeah, I'm not sure there are any magical poisons.
I Are there not?
I mean, I think they're listed as potions.
Are they really? Huh.
But that said, you can even apply this to non-magical poisons.
Yeah. Wait, I thought that there were some wait, do poisons not have a rarity?
Not that I'm aware of.
What? I could have sworn that was a thing. They don't. Ha. Okay.
D&D Legacy, I love the spirit, but percentages
Oh
in
god.
player options is the exact thing Taron moved away from when he reworked the merchant, and for a very good reason, because it makes the math very painful for people that are not math people.
Yeah, this 5e just does not work off of percentages. Like I can't think of a single. Well, and what I mean by that is like you're not asked to do discounting off of like gold piece costs or whatever based off of percentages in this game. It's always a ratio, a third, a fourth, or something like a quarter, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you think like if you craft a potion, poison, or alchemical item, I mean, is there any reason why they say common or uncommon? Wait, do you get to improve that to like? No, it doesn't ever improve above that. Interesting. Okay.
No.
I wonder if, because this applies not just to. Wow, so the Artificer final. Okay, I guess I had just been ignoring this. Artificer does finally get a feature that makes it. I mean, other than I just get the thing because I'm special, apparently, they do get the thing that is I can craft common or uncommon magic items. I just.
Yeah. And in UAH, I actually made their legendary, make them able to craft rare and very rare at lower costs as well.
Yeah. I mean, hell, that would have been I mean, that could be capstone. Like, jeez.
I mean, I would love if the Artificer actually keyed on that instead of being a forced spellcaster, but that might be something that as part of, if I do eventually, as I get closer and closer to just breaking down and just rewriting the entirety of the 5e as a 5e remastered with every single player option retuned.
Yeah, we need to talk about that sometime. I mean, I've already made significant headway on my version of it. Like, yeah. Oh, yeah. By the way, chat, you missed it a little bit earlier. Everyone was saying congrats whenever we heard you hit platinum.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I can't believe it. Like, the fact that we got it in 7 weeks, like about 9.5 hours prior of 7 weeks, like is just utterly baffling to me, because Uncaged Goddesses hit platinum after 8 weeks.
Wow.
Like, we beat Uncaged Goddesses to platinum.
That's
in terms of time passed since released.
That's insane.
I know. I can't believe it. And honestly, the timing works out really well because Matt Whitby just released a really cool product that Benjamin and I are pretty convinced is probably going to take the #1 spot from us.
Really?
If it sells as well as we think. Yeah.
Did it just come out?
Just today. Yeah. And he's been previewing it for the past like week, or at least like hyping it up. It's about if the Forgotten Realms, if every single like full campaign that takes place in the Forgotten Realms written by Wizards of the Coast, if the heroes had lost. And what the Forgotten Realms would look like if Vecna had won, if Tiamat had won, and like just utter chaos and catastrophe with a whole bunch of like different adventures. apparently that
Excuse me,
exist in that world.
what with this artwork? Oh my god.
I know. It's like when Benjamin and I heard about that, we're like, we better hit platinum soon because oh man, we are about to lose the #1 spot.
Oh my god. This is Matthew Whitney, Scott McClintock. Oh, Laura Herzberner did it. Okay.
Yeah, she was the editor on it.
The artwork alone.
Yeah. It's very clear some budget went into this.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Are they doing a print?
I have no idea.
Oh, because they did epic characters. Okay. All right. I can. Okay. Yeah, they had a budget. Wow, they're $8.99. Man. Well, I mean, it depends on how how that whole.
Yeah, their price tag could hold them back from taking the #1 spot, but it's already copper, and it's only been out for a few hours. So there's a chance they could take the #1 spot from us. And if they do, honestly, that's a really cool product that I would not be bitter about losing the #1 spot to.
Yeah. I mean, all the love in the world to you guys, but I just contributed to their fun. So
Oh yeah, by all means, please.
Wait, it had player character options in here?
Wait, it does? I had no idea. I don't use adventure books like ever. So I have not personally picked it up, but it looks so cool for people that do use those things.
Yeah, there's Bard College of the Elements, Circle of the Nine. Oh, because of the nine. Oh, that's
okay.
That's.
I wonder how similar that looks to the Infernal Domain cleric that he wrote for UAH.
Okay. Oh, this is fun. This is super fun. Zinthaler's finest. So it is pretty okay. Spell Slayer, School of Secrets Wizard. Okay, that's quite cool. At least the player character options and stuff. Yeah, the man. Well, yeah, I'm gonna give a look at that off stream at some point.
Best of luck to them. It's a really fantastic idea for a product, and it looks beautifully produced. So best of luck to them. If they take the #1 spot, all the love.
Yeah,
they deserve it.
That's sick. Yeah, I mean, I think the price point's going to give you guys more of an advantage there. I mean, there were plenty of times while the Runekeeper was at #1, I was like, fuck, this thing is going to come in to dethrone it. But like, I think the price point, honestly, like, there were things that got very scary close to it. But just the fact that I was at like $14.99 and not, or was it $12.95? I can't remember. And the other thing that was coming up was at like, $4.99. It couldn't ding it. So yeah, the price point definitely made a difference. But
oh yeah, the algorithm for that most popular price point makes an unbelievably huge difference. The fact that we are almost 5 times their price means that for every 1 sale we get, they need to get 5 sales to dethrone us. So I mean, best of luck to them, but their price point is a little bit working against them there.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's super cool. I mean, just the thought is pretty sick. A post-apocalyptic Forgotten Realms. That might get me into
where
the running.
Vecna is ruling everything and might be fighting Tiamat for control because Tiamat won Mines of Phandelver, all that good stuff.
Yeah. Oh, that's sick. So you think you could probably say like it takes you half the normal time, and then later on improve it to half the normal time.
Well, it really depends how you want to scale it, because if you're doing it where you want it to make it more beneficial for poisons, you could definitely scale it so that you reduce the time. But if you want to make it feel more powerful, then you increase the rarity on the potions.
Okay. So
I wouldn't double scale it, because that would make oh my god, could you imagine if you could craft a very rare potion in an eighth of the time?
Right. Well, I mean, at I think whenever, because, man, the 18th level, I was like, what is going to be their mini capstone? I know that Philosopher's Stone is a real common theme with it, but I hadn't seen anything that hit the thematic of what the Philosopher's Stone, at least in like, mythology is. And I think like, oh man, I wrote something that I felt is so like, this is what it is in D&D. Um, so you can create a Philosopher's Stone over the course of 7 days. Um, a Philosopher's Stone can replace any material component required for one of your alchemist items or a spell. The Philosopher's Stone is always consumed when used in this way. So it can blanket replace any material component required for a spell.
So
Do what?
okay. Oh, so the way this is worded, does the alchemist get spells?
It doesn't, but there are components that are required for you to craft certain alchemical items.
Do you intend for this to be usable by your allies, or is this something only you can use once you create it?
Oh, I see what you're. Oh. This.
Because if otherwise, reverse the order of a spell and one of your alchemist items.
Good catch. Oh, damn, that's a good catch.
I look for that all the time in my own writing whenever I'm giving feedback to people who commission me for it, or my patrons that are at those tiers. It's such an easy thing to miss, but that wording can very much imply that it has to be one of your own spells if it's not carefully.
Wow, that was such a good catch. Oh man. Okay.
But yeah, that feature, absolutely, that's an 18th level feature now because, oh my goodness, the 10,000 GP worth of diamonds required for certain spells?
Yeah.
Philosopher's Stone, you good, bud?
Yeah, and I mean, because part of me thought, like, technically, Bard College of Creation can already do this.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh, I love the College of Creation so much.
I love
By
it too.
far my favorite Bard subclass written by Wizards of the Coast. I adore it so much.
Yeah. How many can you make?
That's also a very good point.
Yeah, that's ooh.
I mean, if we're talking like the mythological version of it, like, I mean, not talking like Full Metal Alchemist version, but like the mythological, like real world would be you can only ever have one at a time.
Yeah. Over the course of 7 days, while a same plane of existence. That sounds mythological right there. Ooh.
That's interesting.
Right?
I would hesitate on that because a DM could be very mean to you.
Yeah, sure.
And say that
another one exists somewhere.
that a higher level alchemist already has one.
And suddenly you're playing your D&D campaign just turned into Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah, you spend 7 days and sorry.
You have created. Does that fix it? You can create a Philosopher's Stone over the course of 7 days. While a Philosopher's Stone you have previously created. There we go.
Okay, yeah, that also creates another interesting kind of wrinkle where this actively encourages an alchemist to go and drop a Philosopher's Stone in every single plane they can manage to get to.
Oh shit, guys, we got to go to the city of Brass today.
It's like okay, so our party member just died, and like We really need to cast True Resurrection on them. Can we just real quick plane hop to my little safe house that I have in the Nine Hells?
Right. Oh, that might be a fair point. You only need a storage plane. Shit, Liamon's secret chest.
Oh, oh yeah,
Fuck.
yeah, yeah. That's a or a bag of holding.
Is a
Oh, I
bag
just
of
saw
holding a
the
demi-plane?
HB. It is. Yeah, it's a pocket dimension.
Shit, this is such a cool narrative, though.
Yeah.
Oh, oh,
Unfortunately, sometimes we have to sacrifice narratives for.
yeah. Oh, wait. Is not in existence.
I mean, you could just do the boilerplate wording of if you create a new Philosopher's Stone while you already have one, the previous one is destroyed.
Yeah,
I mean, it does suck. It hurts. But if your Philosopher's Stone is stolen from you, I mean, you can remove the ability for your enemy to use it.
oh, rope trick. Yeah, okay.
There are a lot of ways to abuse this.
Yeah. Um, wait, if you create a new Philosopher's Stone while you
Well, one you've created already exists, I guess.
the exists, yeah, the previous one, uh, I I guess it ceases to exist.
Yeah, that works.
If you create another Philosopher's Stone while one you have created already exists, the previous one ceases to exist. Why does that?
Or the previous one dissipates. Like I like the word dissipate a lot, and it because you can see that happening, like
Yeah,
in your mind's eye.
yeah. I mean, but I just love how like one with nothing this feels, right? Like that quiet, just like ceases to exist. That feels so existential. Just like um,
Just
yeah.
and it's gone.
Um, I oh it. I mean
I
it.
just
Oh come on, explodes. Nah, I don't want to.
explodes in the chat. Yeah.
Because the one that Mage Hand Press wrote for this, because they have one. This is their capstone over for Mage Hand Presses.
Mm.
They're literally just creating a demon core. It's a nuclear warhead that you create with a Philosopher's Stone. And I mean, cool. I gotcha. But like, it doesn't quite meet up with the lore. And I think some DMs have some kind of bad buy-in with that. Whenever they're like, "Oh, you can just now nuke my city every week," like, I mean, like,
Uh,
you know, um,
yeah, that feels more like a particular subclass flavor to me.
that
Like one that loves creating the alchemical explosives.
and that was kind of my critique where I was like, I feel kind of incentivized to make my own alchemist because, like, I've been using Mage Hand Presses for a while, but theirs seems very rooted into the Mad Bomber kind of archetype.
Mm.
And I want this like general like no like I don't want you to be kind of pigeonholed into just that, right? So that's why I was like, all right, I want to make it to where we think about crafting first and foremost. But yeah, so we can do over the course of 7 days. Boop, a Philosopher's Stone can replace any material component required for a spell or in the crafting of an alchemical item. Right? Or in crafting an alchemical item, right? The Philosopher's Stone is,
Yeah, just make sure your terminology is the same
yeah.
throughout the doc.
This Philosopher's Stone is always consumed. Do I need to say always consumed?
No. You can remove the word always from there.
And I think it's just when used this way, right?
Yes.
If you create a new Philosopher's Stone. Okay, well you have wait, if you create a new Philosopher's Stone while one you have created already exists, the previous one ceases to exist. Consumed unless stated other. Wait, what? If you create another stone, the person in possession of your previous stone is subjected to the fireball spell centered on themselves. No, get that out of here. I love how yeah, the School of Transmutation makes a certain stone.
Yeah, transmuter stone. Yeah.
But it is
It's definitely meant to reference the Philosopher's Stone.
right. My you know what I always thought? The transmuter should have gotten that at second level.
Yes, agreed.
This
Oh,
would
D&D Legacy. We do have a Fool's Gold spell in UAH. Go check that out.
always yeah. No.
Never stop the hustle.
Yeah, no, for real. Make that money. Oh man. You're a fan of turns into a regular stone? I love how mysterious this is. I love the mystery of just like it just blips. There is something that is like, oh, just
I think because you already used the word exists in this sentence, the previous stone returns to nothing. I think is also a really good replacement for ceases to exist.
That is so metal. That is so metal. Like, oh, I mean, I can just hear this is the ballad in the middle of the prog metal album. Oh man, it turns into a tiny dick statue. Oh man. So kind of what I have going in the core right now, just your general opinion. So if I'm just sort of quickly, because I'll get you back to doing whatever it is you were doing before this. I'm gonna get rid of this sidebar for right now. If I need it later, I'll do that. So alchemical expertise covers up it gets the proficiency. I need to come up with a different name for something here because I'm sick of just typing alchemical in here.
Yeah.
Choose one of your skill proficiencies because you're gonna have to get doubling your alchemist proficiency in here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Additionally, if you craft a potion, poison, or other alchemical item with a rarity of common, it takes you half the normal time and costs you half. Should I say common or lower?
I would say that is non-magical or has a rarity of common.
Or like how that is or with a rarity of common or that is non-magical?
Yeah, it works too. Yeah.
That's such an odd sentence. It takes you half the normal time and costs time and gold, right? Or
half the normal time and gold does work there. Yeah.
okay. Now concoct synthetical expertise. Concoct, you can use your action to concoct alchemical items, which can be used by you or another creature with a use an object action. The list of items that appear in the official books count as alchemical items for the purposes. The list of items that appear in the official books that count as alchemical items for the purposes of this feature are detailed at the end of the class description. Alchemical items that you craft as a downtime activity magically maintain their efficacy until they are used. However, those that you create using this feature are made swiftly, lacking the stability of those crafted with care in a controlled environment with alchemist supplies. As a result, they lose their potency at the end of your next turn. An item you concoct with this feature must meet the following prerequisites. It must be a non-magical item. You must know the item's alchemical formula, and you must have the components for the item and your alchemist supplies in hand.
All right, before we move on from that.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure this is very, very intentional. So it's an action to craft the thing.
Mm-hmm.
and then it loses potency at the end of your next turn.
Correct.
So you're making sure that every single one of these is strong enough that it warrants being a 2-turn use, right?
My thought on that is, if you are going to be a non-magical blaster, it should require some form of setup, but I am not adverse to the idea, because I wrote this earlier. If you use an object action to use concoct, you can use the use an object action as a bonus action to, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I like the idea of setup, but the narrative of setup. The problem is that momentum is so incredibly important in 5e combats.
Yeah.
I mean, as you know, the average 5e combat is over in 3 rounds.
Yeah.
So, like,
it all has to be on the same turn.
Yeah, if you're burning a turn of combat to craft a thing, and then you can't use it until your next turn, you're basically saying that, like, you have 1 turn on average for every standard 5e combat.
Yeah.
And they would need to be powerful enough to warrant that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I like the concept. I just worry that people will, in gameplay, see it poorly.
Right. The things I know with these for right now, like, number one, none of these can be what I would consider to be, like, I look at if they're going to blast, area of effect. I'm trying to look at, like, Word of Radiance to make sure that, like, it's not outpacing that. I'm also looking at, like,
I mean, Word of Radiance is pretty bad.
Well, yeah, sure. But I mean, it's like the only AoE cantrip we have, you know?
Well, Acid Splash exists. Poison Spray exists.
Oh, wait, shit, you're right. Oh my god, wait, I got a lot more territory than I have, you know.
I mean, Poison Spray is basically exactly what an Acid Splash is basically exactly what an Alchemist would be doing.
Yeah. I just, I never have players pick up those cantrips. I just keep forgetting they exist.
Yeah, I have a non-optimizer at my table that built his wizard entirely around flavor. And he took Acid Splash and has been using it pretty effectively, actually.
I mean, it's good horde clear. Like, oh, okay,
It
I mean,
is.
decent
Yeah.
horde clear. Yeah, the cantrip they based the entire Artificer Alchemist subclass on. Okay, I'll take my lumps. Yeah, Poison Spray. Wow. Wait, what's the range on that?
60 feet.
For Acid Splash?
Yeah.
Oh my god, wait. The fact that it's 60 feet, it might be fair to say, if you make it non-magical and reduce...
Yeah, my other concern was the fact that you sounded like you were basing it off of improvised weapons.
Yeah, that's decoded with the system.
Give them the ability to throw the shit. Like, give them a range at which they can deploy their concoctions.
Well, so that's the interesting thing. All the alchemical items already have a range of 20, 60. That is consistent across everything I consider to be an alchemical item.
I mean, you can improve that. That's a way to make a player really feel like an alchemist.
You think it needs to be 30, 80? 30...
I mean, why limit yourself? I mean, if you really want someone to feel like they are using these alchemist things better than anyone else, like, ramp it up. Give them 6120. Give them a...
Jesus Christ, they're making a quarterback out of them, man.
I mean, who says it has to be them throwing it? Maybe they have, like, a specialized sling that they have.
Sure.
Like a potion bazooka.
Oh, yeah, I did. I'm working on writing some kind of a syringe, like, ammo. So, like, you can administer a dose of it, whatever.
Okay.
And this is the thing that apparently has existed. 6090. I think, like, I mean, improving it by 30. Here's my thing. If I up the range that far, there should probably be something pulled back, like, its hit die. Like, I mean, a D8 hit die I feel like is keeping you in a certain area in combat.
Hmm.
Um, I feel like if I extend the range that much,
I mean, I love the flavor of a frail little alchemist that spends all their time tinkering,
yeah,
like all their time brewing. Like I feel like a D6 feels right for this. So we just need to find a way to get them out of the midline.
yeah. Chat, what do you think? Because they've got to administer these potions, except what I really want to write is the Minecraft style splash potion. Yeah,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So I've already written that in the apothecary merchant. So it's not like it would be really all that hard to just copy paste that over. Um, you never like the narrative of chucking glass vials at people using contraptions sounds fun. Um, chat D8 or D6? You think D8? The homunculi can do the administration. Potion explodes in a cloud. That's what I'm looking at doing for the perfumer. Oh yeah, did I tell you about that archetype?
Oh, you
Uh,
haven't told me about any of the archetypes.
oh, okay, yeah. Oh shit. Well, I can run you down that real quick. Uh, D6. No, well, actually, a D6 doesn't take a lot of power away from him. It's just informing where you need to be in combat. Boy, it is kind of split down the line. A D6 marshal would be kind of weird.
But that's also
Kind of,
good.
yeah, that's kind of the space I like being in. I tried making the sovereign a D6.
I mean, I think it's important to do that kind of intentional change
Yeah,
in third-party products where we break the mold. Like D6 Martialist, Wizard of the Coast hasn't done that. Cool, I've carved out my niche.
yeah. Yeah, let's roll with that. I gave them light armor. It doesn't make any sense why they should get light armor. Um, this is assuming it's like the midline. Nothing about an alchemist tells me it should have like nothing about any of the narrative of an alchemist tells me that it should have armor.
Yeah.
Armor prof. Okay, so I'll do the alchemical methods real quick and kind of tell you what I'm thinking about them, and then if you need to get going, you're welcome to
Just
stay.
just real quick, Taron.
Mhm.
Before we do,
Yeah,
does any of them play on the idea of equivalent exchange?
I do have a metallurgy in here. That is the intention. Um, so
Okay, can I describe to you what I'm thinking? Because I think it's a really
go
cool
for it. Yeah, go for it.
idea. It allows you to burn your own hit points or hit dice to replace the cost of material components.
I did gold pieces because I mean okay and ooh I mean okay if you want to go Full Metal Alchemist with it, yeah, that's the thing to do right there.
I mean, let's face it. That's a lot of people's most prominent exposure to the idea of alchemy.
Yeah,
So I think you are handicapping yourself if you're not tapping into that in some way, shape, or form.
yeah. Okay, that just seems to be their base thing. Yeah.
I mean, you can even call it alchemy.
Oh, I was calling it equivalent exchange.
But I mean, I mean, I know what you're going for with metallurgy. Like I get it. Like that really brings on that. But there's a secondary type, like magic system in Full Metal Alchemists
Mm,
called alchemy,
okay.
which makes use of like more like symbols and stuff, but they and uses the ambient energy of the world instead of personal energy. Um, but I'm just saying
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
there's opportunities.
And see, this is where I show my total like should I really be making this class if I haven't watched the show, right? Um, my thing is like I'm so informed by the classic fantasy of alchemy, and Full Metal Alchemist is what I feel like is a much more Um, it's almost more transmutation rather than
Yeah,
specifically
it
alchemy,
is.
right?
It is.
Um, okay.
But I think there is an opportunity, like outside of like I see what you're doing with metallurgy, but I think there's an opportunity where instead of its gold pieces, that you can give up your life force to replace material components.
Do you think it would need to be your hit dice or like
I mean, most players don't use hit dice properly anyway. Might as well be.
yeah. Um, oh shit, I should get your take on something. But I mean, yes, good point. Yes, Anna from Overwatch. That's where the syringer ammo comes from. Yeah. Um, the I mean, the ideal thing that I want to do. Did you play Final Fantasy X?
No.
Oh my dude, I've got to get
I
you that game.
I have a history of not enjoying Final Fantasy games. There are very
Okay,
few JRPGs I actually like. I enjoyed Final Fantasy VII Remake because it did not play like a Final Fantasy game.
sure. Um, the so there's a character in Final Fantasy X named Riku who has a limit break where it's just called Mix, and her whole shtick is, I mean, she's like the party thief, um, but her whole thing for that is she takes two items that you have in your inventory and just quickly mixes them together, and then boom, a thing happens, right? Like that is my feeling of like I want everything in the out, or I want that alchemist turn to feel like that, where it's like I take these two things, smash them together, and then boom, something happens, right? Like
Hmm.
I love that. Like that's the image I'm trying to evoke. Um, and like, oh, I did find. Have you ever heard of? So you said alkahestry or alkahistory. Have you ever heard of alkahest?
Uh, in what context?
It's like a famous old school alchemical substance. Um, Essentially, you mix
That
alkahest.
must be where the Full Metal Alchemist got the name for that
Maybe.
particular. Yeah.
Um, Whenever you put alkahest into like a mix of any kind of, I don't know, like whatever, let's say you put alkahest into Coca-Cola, it separates whatever the potion or whatever is into its base components, like completely and utterly
Huh.
cleanly. Yeah, it's like a legendary.
Okay.
Yeah, I was like, how bizarre, like how cool, like the alkahest is consumed, but what a cool idea, like. Um,
Yeah.
but so so the archetypes I was kind of working on with this. Of course, the apothecary, um, bomber,
Just
crystal
try to
light.
make sure it doesn't share names with other subclasses, especially not that are from your same class, from a
Oh,
class you wrote.
you're talking about the apothecary mixing with the apothecary.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm changing that in the merchant over to like the potion seller or something else.
And on a kind of more selfish note, we actually have an apothecary rogue in UAH.
Ah, the like I've been because okay, so Pathfinder calls theirs the or the Cursion, which is
Chirurgeon, yeah.
like an old school surgeon,
Yep.
and I'm like, I don't know that I think alchemy and I think surgery, like like um I'm I'm trying to think of what the like. I mean, I guess you could say apothecary like maybe medicine or like I guess herbalist. You know,
Herbalist doesn't really evoke the idea
yeah,
of of an alchemist. It's that's more like nature stuff.
yeah. I'll figure that out. Um, Bomber, pretty clear what that's supposed to be. I think everybody's gonna know. Um, Crystallizer. So, I've told you about my buddy Thrasher before, right?
I don't think so.
Tyler Thrasher. He grows crystals on stuff. He's a chemist, a real life alchemist.
Hmm.
Um, so the crystallizer is like you're going to specialize in alchemical items that do lockdown. I felt like, um, just simplest terms right there. Yeah, let's cook. uh,
It's a little bit like those crystal bombs that trapped people at the firelights used in
Arcane.
Arcane.
That's it.
Yeah.
People in chat have been telling me, yeah. I still have not seen it. I just haven't had the
Oh
time to
my
get to it.
oh my God, Taron, please.
I will. I will. I'm
Taron, I need to let you know that show lives in in my head so rent free. I have watched it 5 times
no shit.
and I have enjoyed it the same, if not more, with each subsequent watch. It is a masterpiece, Taron.
All I
As
will.
many problems as I have with Riot Games and their culture, oh my God, is that show incredible.
Because I've got to finish Stranger Things. But now that
I
I'm out
haven't
of
started
school,
season 4 yet.
you haven't started it yet?
No.
Woo! It's good. I mean, it's good.
It's good to hear people positive about that show again.
Yeah. Um, you will, well, and so they're getting into, late 80s and everything, so they're starting to get, well, I say mid 80s.
I know that the Satanic Panic is supposed to be happening.
Yeah, and yeah. Um, now
Blue
this,
thumbnail. I can't watch the finale to Owl House because Disney Plus only has up to season 2, episode 16, and I don't know how to pirate things in a way that will not put a virus on my computer. So I'm going to wait. It hurts me, but I'm going to wait.
that's like the fourth person I've seen recommending Owl House while I've been doing these Alchemist live streams.
Yeah, that's another one there where when I saw it go up on Disney Plus, I was curious. I'd heard good things. I'd heard like this is the Harry Potter replacement we all need.
Really?
And like I never really was into Harry Potter. I think I read it too late, but fortunately I dodged that bullet.
Right.
Um, but so I ended up watching it uh, after the after the first 2 episodes. I was so hooked that I watched every available episode within a week.
Okay.
Because it is like a beautifully socially progressive magic school. Well, the weirdest part about it is that it's not even like a magic school show until halfway through the first season. Because they do so much world building of what I'm going to call terror light, like horror light. Whereas
Really?
like the world itself is incredibly disturbing if it weren't viewed through the lens of a kid show.
Oh, right, right.
Like no, seriously, at one point there is a dragon made of hands.
Well, Gravity Falls does the same thing.
Yeah, yeah. I think Owl House gave me a lot of similar vibes to Gravity Falls,
Okay.
but it hooked me in a way Gravity Falls didn't. Like I
Really?
watched the entire first season of Gravity Falls, and I just like wasn't really feeling it. Owl House does this beautiful thing where there's a heart to it that Gravity Falls doesn't have. It's very funny,
Oh,
but there's so much heart.
Ross, you stabbed me. I Gravity Falls is a masterpiece. Oh, I love that show.
I watched the first season because people kept telling me it was so good, and I never got into it.
Oh my God, man.
I kept waiting for it to like get good. I kept waiting for it to hook me.
You only watched the first season?
I watched the entire first season, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and okay, my thing I always say is like, hey, if it doesn't hook me by the first like 3 episodes or whatever, I'm not gonna waste more time on it, right? I
mean,
will.
to be fair, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no,
I'll say my thing after.
I'm
My
like
bad.
Gravity Falls. You start to really feel the character of it in the second season. Like, oh man. Oh wait, Dana Terrence was in a relationship with Alex Hirsch. Really? The No joke. Owl House is produced by the person who is I guess it's the girlfriend of Alex Hirsch, the guy that made Gravity Falls.
Yeah, Dana Terrence animates, wrote, and directs like every episode of Owl House.
That's funny. Um,
Akita, don't get me wrong. I I was amused by Gravity Falls, but it never got beyond that level for me.
Man, I adore that show. Um, it's one of the only shows that I can say it's like it told its complete story, and it left me like that was the perfect amount of that show. Um,
I
'Cause
feel that way about Kipo and the Age of the Wonder Beasts.
okay, it's another one I haven't seen. Like
That
the
Yeah,
uh
Kipo and the Age of the Wonder Beasts is also on Netflix. Its entire run is over. Netflix gave them exactly 30 episodes. So three 10-episode seasons. And oh my God, did they stick the landing on that shit.
oh, I think I heard about this. Like it's been trending on Twitter or something, right?
Not for a while, as far as I'm aware.
I thought
I mean,
I
the
just saw
entire
something
thing
about
was
this.
released in 2020.
Huh. Okay. Wait, the
Like
entire
all
show
three
was.
seasons, all 3 seasons, like in 3 separate drops on Netflix,
Wow.
were released in 2020.
No joke.
Yeah, they released it a season at a time, over over the 3 different thirds of 2020.
Wow.
But it is very, very good. The songs are unbelievably catchy, Taron.
Hmm.
Like, um, I don't want to go too far into it, but the soundtrack of Kipo is one of the best goddamn animated soundtracks I've heard in a long time.
Yeah. Well, one of the shows I want to get into. I still haven't watched. Amanda's watched it. But Steven Universe.
Oh, I watched all of Steven Universe. Yeah,
Um.
when that finally went up on HBO Max, I finally watched that whole thing.
Well, I found out here recently that Avi Sarashi did all the did the theme and a lot of the music.
Yeah,
But I mean, her and Rebecca Sugar are both just awesome composers.
yeah, Steven Universe is very, very good, and it gets way deeper and darker than you would expect from the beginning.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's like themes of genocide at one point.
Oh yeah, there's childhood trauma, CPTSD. There's genocide. There's all different forms of prejudice, and like it's very good.
Toxicology. There we go. Oh, but some of the other archetypes. Crystallizer. So I mean, yeah, it sounds like arcane style. Yeah. Metallurgy. I'm thinking like this is where you could lean into the Full Metal Alchemist kinds of themes. I just said conjuration / transmutation focused. Mutagenics. It seems like mutagens are just going to be an expectation of any alchemist now.
And if you watch Arcane, you'll get a really good idea for how you can implement that.
This one.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, mutagenics. So they do that extremely well in Arcane.
Okay. I don't know what I want to call this one. I just said living potion. I was whatever. Basically, this is like your companion class where you can make oozes or homunculus.
Just be very careful because the homunculus does step on the toes of Artificer, and in UAH we do have an oozologist Artificer that Benjamin wrote.
Uh, well,
I mean, you could go the direction that I encouraged Benjamin to go, and he didn't, and make it a flubber subclass.
What a what? Oh my god! What the fuck would you do with that? Like, I mean, I love the idea. Okay, hold up. We are writing flubber as at least one of the alchemical items you can create, but like, what the fuck would that do in D&D? Oh my god.
All right, so the entire thing. All right, you can do something very fun here, where it's a companion that cannot take damage, but whenever it would, it is launched.
In just like a random direction.
Or like depending on like if the attacker beats the flubber's AC by a certain amount, they can choose where it goes.
Flubber most likely is copyright, but like, I mean, you can totally mess with that. Like, I mean,
but you can also, as the HB is saying, like the flubber is also super bouncy, so you could even like jump off it.
Right.
And for like super jumps, and your companions can do it, and there is potential that is so untapped.
That it's funny because like that was not my first thought on alchemy and fiction. I wonder where did the flubber like idea come from? Was it inspired by anything? Oh no, it was. It was a comedy. Okay.
Yeah. It's like a late '90s.
Yeah, I mean, but I think
movie.
it was based on. Yeah, it was based on an old. It's based off of an old movie called The Absent-Minded Professor. Yeah, I was like, I have a feeling that Flubber is a. I mean, Flubber came out whenever I was first getting into Pokemon. Trust me, that was a good fucking year. Yeah, older than 1960s. It looks like. So I mean, yeah, I'm sure we'd have to definitely rename that. I was just curious if it was like, because I don't think Disney can claim a copyright on like. It's why you can use things like Alice in Wonderland, because I believe Alice in
and
Wonderland.
Winnie the Pooh just entered the public domain.
Yeah, I just didn't know if Flubber was like maybe an older story that, but it was even a Disney IP back in the 60s. Okay, the other subclasses in here. I'll show you some that I'm like a little bit. These are newer, as in like the inspiration form is even newer. And with this like companion class, I was like, if it doesn't make Chemical X a la Powerpuff Girls, I mean,
that almost feels like it should be in mutagenics.
I know, right? Like yeah. Alchemist, remember?
I mean, Arcane calls it Shimmer, but
yeah, I'll get there when I'll get there. I'll figure out the core first.
Huntsman, Alchemist's rubber is. I don't think that's going to evoke what you want it to evoke.
I saw it and I was like, it might be a cute suggestion. And I was like, I did not. Yep. It's fun.
Just think what rubber is a euphemism for.
Yeah. Yeah, don't do Alchemist rubber.
And I don't think you want people using your companion that way.
Yeah. Oh man. Although SCP, there's plenty of SCPs that would make really good alchemical items. Okay, so the perfumer. This is a relatively new archetype for alchemists that came in Elden Ring. The entire concept being that these are alchemists that spread out a cloud that like buffs an ally or something like that. Which I thought could be kind of cool to figure out a mechanic for. If it just doesn't work, it just doesn't work. But like, it feels like there's an archetype there.
Yeah,
there's at least a play style there, I'll say. But yeah, so
there's a number of other spells you could reference too, like Cloud Kill, Stinking Cloud, all of that.
Yeah.
I mean, I doubt you'd want to go this direction, but Incendiary Cloud is an option as well.
They do that in Elden Ring. It's quite.
I'm just saying, Incendiary Cloud's a very hell of a spell.
Yeah, because one of the most obnoxious things in Elden Ring is whenever you get against a perfumer that's just throwing out the. They call it like. It's not. You just said Incendiary Cloud. What the hell do they call it over there? It's like Spark Fume or something like that. But yeah, they just throw out like a cone of flame in front of them. It's a really cool idea.
Yeah, I mean that sounds like Burning Hands.
Yeah, well, I mean, essentially a perfumer is just like they are an alchemist over there, um, but like alchemy has like a bunch of different forms over in Elden Ring. Like God, the world building they did is just incredible. Um, so perfumer, and then the last one, toxicologist. Like, I mean, this is the people are like, well, you got to make a plague doctor, poisoner thing, and I'm like, I feel like rather than making a poisoner, I would rather bring poison and disease all into the same wheelhouse. Eh,
Okay.
You know, like just handle it all that way. Um, this way, it's like there's
That sounds more like forensics than purely toxicology.
yeah
Because
is
toxicology is very much poisons and venoms and all of that. If you're bringing disease into it, that's more forensics.
is it? I thought forensics was the study of or like you're looking at like it's basically like autopsy, right? Like
I mean,
forensics.
forensics is more than just autopsies. Like you can do like site forensics as well to try to find DNA and stuff, uh, and
Sci-
other signs of biological activity.
okay. Well, it does seem to be specific to at least the definition I'm seeing to crime, forensic pathology, medicine, or linguistics.
I mean, pathologists would definitely cover disease.
Yeah. Uh, the study of diseases. Yeah. Maybe that needs to be like it should be like toxicology, and then pathology. I'll write down a few other names I'm thinking of here. I also called it like the defiler. like,
Oh, that has a different context.
yeah. Well, also Elden Ring has a NPC that it's like his title. Um, well,
Yeah,
he goes by the Dung Eater, but you know, that's
yeah. I'm aware of the dung eater.
epidemiology. Hmm, interesting.
I mean, epidemiology is widespread disease. Pathology is more localized disease.
Hmm. But I mean, so those are kind of the archetypes I'm thinking of right now. The ones that I'm like, these are expectations, and without these, I don't really think I've got a class here. Are like clearly apothecary or whatever that'll wind up being. The bomber.
Just remember the lesson that we talked about with the Rune Keeper, that you don't want to go way too hard and have too many subclasses in a first release.
Oh, for sure, for sure. Um,
Because there's a lot of subclasses there, Taron.
yeah. Well, to me, what I thought is like with the standard third, sixth, 10th, and 14th. Um, I I don't know that I'd want to go third, fifth. Um, I mean, I feel like mm, I don't know. I'm just yeah, I'll figure that out. Uh, plus, I think it
I mean,
having
you could
too
also
many.
break the mold and do a second level archetype as a martialist.
Do you okay? Because chat was bringing that up, but I was like, it usually feels like there needs to be like because we had talked about spell casting, but like the narrative reason for it kicking on its sixth. Do you think a study has a reason for kicking on its second?
Yeah.
Hmm. Do you think that there's enough? How do I say this? So we basically think, at least from what discussions we've had, third by default, second if it's a full spellcaster, but it doesn't have the essentially like the reason that you have spellcasting is the reason why you're part of this class. And then first is like you were either born with it, you were given it, or like basically the reason you became that class is because of your magic. Essentially, shorthanding it here.
So
Um,
I'm not. I don't think third should be the default necessarily. I don't think there should be a default.
you don't?
I know. I don't think so at all. Um, for me, when the subclass kicks in, is all about narrative.
Mm-hmm.
You get a subclass at first level if the subclass is the source of your power.
Right.
At second, you get it at third level if you need a really large base of skills or knowledge before you can get it. Like for fighter, I think third makes sense because you need to have you need to be very good with weapons first, but then you also need to be able to prove yourself to be a phenomenal warrior before you. I even think fighter probably could have a subclass at second level, but alchemist, I think it works because the way that you're structuring this, you have the ability to learn just about any alchemical concoction you'd want to use at first level. And then the natural course of education for that is specialization.
Okay. Yeah.
So you really could do second level. I mean, I'm not saying you have to,
right?
But narratively, I think it works if you want to break that mold a little bit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, my sovereign, I was doing it at first.
But yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
because
I mean,
the core of your authority is the authority granted you by your subclass.
Yeah. You know, yeah, I guess it just doesn't. I mean, I can't really think of a reason why it shouldn't come on its second. I think it also kind of ties it into there's a kind of a cool tie-in with Wizard in a way, where now it seems like the intelligence-based classes are the... Well, no, wait, never mind. Artificer has third. Never mind. All right. Forget that. Third, okay. I guess it frees up something I could get you at third. I don't know. I'll figure that out.
At the same time, I don't feel like you need to lock yourself in to the 2nd, 6th, 10th, 14th. I understand if you want to. Using that structure that works makes sense.
Right.
But you're also a martial class, and you have a lot more freedom to establish a unique subclass chassis.
Yeah, I'm not I mean, this is just basically what I was running off of as... I mean, by default, these are the things that I'm I'm... How do I put it? There's a structure that if I have the base structure, it's something I can kind of work around and then adapt to later. 3rd, 6th, 10th, and 14th are just the ones that I'm putting in where I'm these are the ones usually by default. I'm just kind of starting there as a jumping off point.
That's fair.
But yeah, as of right now, well, wait, I can replace that 18th. I know definitely what that's going to be. Okay. Okay, well, I need to come up with some different name up here, but yeah, well, hell, that's about, I mean, kind of it. I've been streaming this off and on for the last 3 days.
I've seen the notifications.
Yeah, it's been, I mean,
I am sub to you.
Yeah.
I see these. And I have the notifications turned on because I'm a good YouTube viewer.
Hey, oh shucks. So, I mean, was there? I don't know. I've been scrolling through this. Geez, I mean, I feel like concoct makes sense. I can't figure out a reason. Nothing's immediately jumping out right now that has me terrified of it. Right?
Yeah.
The thing
but at the same time, it's easier to unbreak something than it is to than to have to add new stuff when something is underpowered.
Yeah.
So in general, it's okay for when you're just fiddling around with things to just go full in.
Yeah. Yeah.
Worse comes to worse. The thing that you accidentally that you made too powerful can turn into scaling.
Yeah. You're seeing, I mean, I've been spending basically the last 3 days trying to figure out just what this is supposed to be. And still, I mean, this is before even writing down components and all this other crap.
Yeah.
What do you think about the thought process of, and I'll let you go after this because I think I've been streaming for nearly 5 hours. Yeah, I'm gonna get blood clots, man. What do you think about this thought process here. I have these different material components that I've listed from spells. My thought being that if I'm going to require that like certain components be a thing, which I'm trying to keep this as open-ended as I can. But these are at least the items that I can assume outside of adventuring gear are most likely an expectation of the game to be included into your world, right? Like if
Yeah.
these, and they feel like alchemical items. I mean, mummy dust, like I could totally see that in a.
Yep. The ancient Victorian. We're going to eat mummies now.
Yeah, we
Thing.
just talked about that in stream yesterday, actually.
Believe me, I'm aware of Victorian. Oh my goodness, mummies! We should eat that flesh. Oh goody! How exotic.
Apparently there's a material component for a snakeskin glove that I don't know what spell that goes to. Would that be Bigby's hand?
I think it is. Yeah, I think that's Bigby's hand.
I mean, I am taking a shot in the dark on that. Is that?
It's either that or Mage Hand. One of the two.
Oh, this would be a fun game to play tomorrow. Guess the material component. Yeah. Oh my God. We got it. Holy shit.
It's Bigby's hand?
It's Bigby. Well, Bigby's hand. It's an eggshell and a snakeskin glove.
Yeah.
That's
nice.
Funny. This should 100% be a thing that we do tomorrow. Just guess the material component.
You just have chat like feed us material components.
Yeah.
And guess what spell it belongs to?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure how that would do as like a design, game design live stream, but we could definitely do it at the end just for a fun game to play.
Yeah, that'd be entertaining.
So
Man.
you heard it here, chat. Start looking up your weird material components. And prepare them for when we play the game near the end of the stream.
Oh, that's
tomorrow.
Funny.
And if you didn't hear, we are indeed doing another episode of Eye Patch and Monocle tomorrow evening.
Yep. Check in here. What time did we agree on?
7 p.m. U.S. Eastern, 6 p.m. U.S. Central.
Okay. Anyways, Ross should cheat and submit UAH spell components. Oh man.
Try to keep it to official stuff. I know not everyone has the capacity to read a 311-page book.
Right. Well, hell yeah, man. I appreciate having you on, as always,
Yeah, I hope that some of my stuff was helpful and not just like, well, I'm not sure that's the best way to do this, but...
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've been trying to figure out how to make it reliable and not... there is definitely a what do I want to call it? There's kind of an occult secret behind designing around magical items if it's like your core character option.
Yeah.
And like figuring out what the way to balance it to where like if you're going to create a thing, how do we not break the creation?
Yeah, I mean the other problem that we do have to address whenever we're talking about like magic items, especially when we're referring to them by rarity, is that Wizards of the Coast does not balance magic items by rarity.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, yeah, they even know that. That's why they listed...
They said that. They've blanket stated that. That's why the Sunblade is legendary in Barovia.
Oh, man. Oh, cool. And speaking of the devil, the 9-hour live stream is finally available. Cool. God dang. I got a warning about a potential copyright strike. I was like, oh
no.
Well, I didn't realize this because I thought it was all I thought all the Cowboy Bebop music was available to use because well, I had seen it used in so many other videos and I was like, oh, okay, cool, all right. And I guess everybody else is just like, we're just gonna pay out the revenue to whoever and not deal anyways. But yeah, so that was a hiccup. But apparently they didn't copyright strike me seeing 10 seconds of Mobius or Morbius, whatever it was yesterday. So
It's Morbin time.
yeah. Oh man.
I can't believe that movie is getting a sequel because of all the people who watched it.
No
Ironically,
shit. Wait, what?
I'm pretty sure, unless I was clickbaited by a satire article, I'm pretty sure I saw an article on Twitter that that Morbius 2 was just greenlit by Sony because of how successful that movie was.
Oh, it
Because
hasn't been
people watched it ironically.
has not been greenlit, but Marvel is considering it.
Okay. Just be very careful what you do ironically on the internet, everyone, because the internet does not process sarcasm or irony.
Yeah.
They take you at your absolute word.
This is, oh man, it is such a monkey's paw version of like, oh my god.
Yes.
Be careful what you
Yes.
wish for. You might get Morbius too.
I mean, I refuse to see it because it sounds to me like it was as bad as Venom Let There Be Carnage. And I subjected myself to that, and I have no interest in subjecting myself to a movie that bad again in the near future.
Oh god. Man,
Tom Hardy should not be allowed in writers' rooms.
Oh, what?
Oh yeah, Tom Hardy is like the primary writer on Venom 2, Let There Be Carnage.
Oh god. Have we hit the redemption arc for M. Night Shyamalan yet? Last I heard he had like 1 or 2 good movies.
Oh, I've never watched like any of his work because I'm not a horror movie guy, and only certain psychological thrillers appeal to me. And of course, I just knew from the trailers that The Last Airbender was going to be an absolute train wreck.
Oh, sure.
So I've never seen that.
I mean, I've got such nostalgia for Signs. I mean, it was one of those movies that my dad and I went to. We used to go to one like at least once a month. But the weird thing with Signs, I mean, there's a scene in particular from that was like, whoa, I mean, really, really got to me. I think it's the one that got to basically everybody. But just a weird story that whenever we were leaving the movie theater, there was a car on fire in front of the movie theater that like we walked out and everyone was like, "Oh my god!" Like, I mean,
I have a friend who went to go see Paranormal Activity, and when this was back when I was in high school, when she came out of that movie, all the doors of her car were open and nothing was taken.
ooh.
Yeah, no broken window or anything. Just all 4 cars on her sedan were open, and just things were rearranged, but nothing was taken. And after seeing Paranormal Activity, that scared the ever-loving shit out of her.
Yeah, that's that. Yeah, it's like you really couldn't take my stuff and leave me just feeling, oh god, exposed and vulnerable. No, now I've got to actually be paranoid and think that my car is haunted.
I mean, that's bad on a normal day, but after having just seen a movie that scared the shit out of people the way Paranormal Activity did, like, whew.
Yeah. Oh man. Well,
I wouldn't be driving that car home.
no. Oh, you kidding me? No. Well, yeah. I think we'll be back on tomorrow. I'll figure out new names for this stuff because I don't want to just keep saying alchemical. Yeah, that's gonna drive me crazy.
Oh my god, yeah, that's always a big process for me in my classes, going around and being like, well, time to break out the thesaurus.
Yeah.
Because no one wants to read the exact same word 300 times.
Yeah, I might send it over to Thrasher and be like, can you just do like a word editing pass and get me some cooler terms here? Yeah, we'll see what's up. But Ross, wait, you're gonna want to hear this. Ross, thanks by the way for the pugilist and the shaman. So,
I didn't write the pugilist,
yeah.
but I appreciate the energy.
So, it was Benjamin Huffman, but yeah, they're kind of one and the same anymore. um, so tomorrow we'll hang out, do all this good business. Let's see for a while. Part of my core class. um, and thank Benjamin for the Magus and the Sculptor. All right, that's my sign. I definitely need to get off here for the night.
All right.
Thanks for your help, man. Thanks Ross for D&D 4E. Oh man. Well, yeah,
this was fun.
You wanna shout yourself out? You popped on for a minute.
Oh, sure, yeah. So, hello, everybody. I'm Ross Lizer, otherwise known as Outlandish Adventure Productions. If you don't know that yet, then you must not have been around the channel for a while.
Yeah.
Like the last 2.5 years. But yes, I just had a book go platinum on the Dungeon Masters Guild that I basically worked on for 4 years with Benjamin Huffman, and then we also had a few other wonderful people on to help us write some stuff called The Ultimate Adventurer's Handbook. Currently sitting at #1 on the DMs Guild, as per my knowledge. Who knows if Matthew Whitby's book has overtaken us yet? But I also have a Patreon on which I release what I think is really cool experimental designs every single month that are suggested on and voted on by my patrons, including a new one that just went out that features layout by Taron and using his trade dress that looks absolutely dope. And so, yeah, I'd appreciate you checking me out and seeing my stuff. I also have a whole bunch of other shit on the DMs Guild that I'm very proud of, even though I'm rewriting a lot of it.
Well, yes. Yeah, I mean, we were just talking about that earlier about like how often do I go back and change old work, and I'm like, honestly, in this digital age, I think that should be very, very encouraged. Is like, if you're able to, like, I mean, if you have the capacity to, right? Like, I mean, I'm kind of in a unique position because, like, since I do all my own layout and graphic design and design work, it's like, it's nothing for me to make a PDF again, right? But like, I can understand with other people, it's like, it's a little bit harder to, justify that. But I do think that, like, it's always worthwhile. Like, if you release something, look back on it again in 6 months, maybe a year, maybe 2 years,
or in the sculptor's case, 4 to 5 years.
Yeah, right? Like, there's plenty of stuff that I wrote in the past, and I'm like, I would just love to kind of give that another, but yeah, so anyways, I think that's gonna be it for this one. Thanks so much to everybody for being here. Thank you, Ross, for hanging out, helping out. Reminder, tomorrow we'll be back with Eye Patch and Monocle. Same crew you're hearing.
I have a new
right now.
voice for Pat and everything.
Yes, quite. And what else? Oh yeah, go check out Mini Worlds Tavern. Use code IndestructoBoy, and you'll be helping out the channel. I get a 10% kickback from just you using that. You get some great coffee, help support the channel. Huge shout out to my Patreon sponsors, Ross's Patreon sponsors, and a big shout out to Craig the Psycho for buying me lunch today. Thank you.
Good on you, Craig the Psycho.
Yeah,
my favorite character on Borderlands.
Oh yeah, and thanks like Axie and Delver, Joe Lane, everyone that's been doing super chats. Hey, you guys are fantastic. Thank you all so much. Around what time? Basically an hour before right now tomorrow. No, 2 hours before right now tomorrow, right?
Yeah, about an hour and a half before right now.
Okay. Anyways, I'm gonna get around to doing all that stuff. Ross, have a great night.
Thanks, you too, and you have a great evening as well, chat. Thank you so much for having me. It was a pleasure.
All right, everybody. With that, let me see. Yeah, Ross, I will talk to you later on. Have a good night, man. And I don't know, I'll give you a call for tech.
All right, sounds great.
All right, later, man.
Later, bye.
All right. So, very, very good progress. Very, very good progress. Yes, hi, VOD. Anyways, everybody, thank you all so much for being here. Have a great night. I'm going to finish up Stranger Things finally. People have been asking for me to post up a progress PDF. Once I'm feeling really secure about the first 3 levels, we'll talk. But yeah. So, anyways, thank you all so much for being here. Stay safe, stay healthy. Have a great rest of your Memorial Day. Get good sleep, brush your teeth, eat your vegetables, all that good business. Anyways, have a good one.